Alright guys, for those of you wondering where this tanker fire is relative to the rest of the valley, I want to give you a look at the map. Here you have downtown Phoenix, and as you know, this tanker fire is on the 10 heading eastbound, so in this direction, just east of the 60. So looks like it's right about in this area, which would make sense because you can see these on-ramps as well when you're looking at the large version of the video. So I want to say it is in this area. We're going to go ahead and go back to our ADOT camera and take a look at the fire that is currently shut down the Interstate 10 eastbound. And just a quick update, obviously the ADOT camera is moving. You can see how much traffic is backed up as a result of this fire. What we're learning from the Department of Public Safety is that the hazmat team is on its way to that closure on Interstate 10. This is Interstate 10 at the US 60 transition, a commercial tanker fire. Now, according to DPS, they're saying that it's the westbound Interstate 10, not the eastbound Interstate 10. Gonna go ahead and check in with someone and try to get more information. All right, guys, I have just clarified this information. It is the I-10 westbound where the fire is taking place. Interstate westbound east of US 60, where the 10 and the 60 intersect. Westbound 10 at the US 60 transition road. And that is an update. Some of you in the chat room wondering what is in the tank. Fuel. I see that Sharon was asking that question. Sharon, I have an answer for you. According to DPS, hazmat is on its way. The tanker is filled with herbicide. So that is what we know so far. Again, we have limited information. We're just getting information from both ADOT and DPS. Working to get you guys more information. In the meantime, we'll continue to bring you these live images from Interstate 10, courtesy of ADOT. One of the things you can't see right now because of where the ADOT camera is looking is that traffic is very, very backed up as a result of this tanker fire. Again, the tanker fire happening during the 8 o'clock hour. Many people still on their way to work on the I-10 westbound, obviously a route that people take in order to get to downtown Phoenix even. I know that we will eventually have the ADOT cam pan right, and we'll be able to see that traffic that's backed up. Hopefully we'll be launching Chopper momentarily as well, and you'll be able to get a good look at what traffic looks like right now on Interstate 10. All right, guys, just wanted to show you the map once again, give you a rough idea of where this is taking place. You see the 60 there, the 10 there. You can see that right about here. You can see this freeway in this photo right here. So zoom out, you can see it's very close to the Arizona Mills Mall. Right up here is Sky Harbor in downtown Phoenix. So right around this area is where this tanker caught fire on Interstate 10 westbound. All right, guys, we're just getting a new update courtesy of ADOT. We know that the road closures are still in effect. This is what we know so far from ADOT. They just sent us this press release. Westbound Interstate 10 closed just east of the US 60, which is what we've been telling you all morning. As you know, there's a tanker truck that caught fire. It looks like the fire is mostly out, but you can see that firefighters are still at the location. Westbound drivers are being directed to the US 60 exit. Drivers can then follow that exit to return to I-10 west of US 60. There's no estimated time for when the westbound lanes will reopen at this point. And as I mentioned previously, and as you can see on the screen, the eastbound I-10 still remains open. So stay tuned, guys. You can also follow ADOT on Twitter at Arizona Dot, or just stay here with News Now because we'll be giving you updates throughout the morning. All right, guys. It looks like ADOT is now on scene, so let's go ahead and, or not ADOT, sorry, excuse me. The chopper is on the scene, so let's go ahead and take another look, a different look at the fire. Wow. So now that chopper's on the scene, you have a much better look at the fire and how much of the truck burned. You can see again that it was filled with herbicide. We don't have too much information. Filled with herbicide. Hazmat team on its way. May have already arrived, actually. It does look like they have opened up one lane of traffic, though. Looking at this view, it looks like they may have opened up the carpool lane, from my understanding. Previously, the entire freeway was backed up, but it looks like there are some cars that are passing now. Interestingly enough, I do have some good news to report. I learned that the driver was able to get out of the truck safely prior to this fire really taking off. So thankfully the driver did escape the truck. Wow, looking at the shot right now that Skyfox has, you can just see how far back traffic has been backed up on Interstate 10 westbound. Again, tanker fires shutting down the freeway completely. It looks like they have opened one lane now, the carpool lane. Or perhaps it's not even the carpool lane, it might just be the left shoulder, and they are just funneling traffic that way. But as you saw, traffic very backed up on Interstate 10 westbound at the US 60 transition road as a result of this tanker fire. All right, guys, it looks like Chopper has left the scene of the crash. So we're going to go back to our ADOT camera. This way we can continue to monitor the traffic on the road and the closure on Interstate 10 westbound. All right, guys, it looks like this whole scene has pretty much cleared up. As you can see, freeway still not reopened on Interstate 10 westbound. We'll continue to monitor this throughout the morning, and once those westbound lanes on Interstate 10 open up, we will let you guys know here on News Now. But in the meantime, I figured I would change things up since we're not really looking at too much of a scene right now. I see that the ADOT cam is readjusting. Let's wait 1 second and see if the ADOT cam actually shifts or pans right, rather. Maybe we can see the traffic backed up. As of right now, though, looks like it's not much of a scene anymore on Interstate 10. All right, guys, it doesn't look like the ADOT cam is panning right, so unfortunately we won't be able to see just how far that traffic is backed up. However, if you were with us earlier, you did see the Skyfox images coming in, and you could see traffic backed up quite a bit on Interstate 10 westbound. Again, this is the I-10 westbound near the US 60 transition road. A tanker fire caused the freeway to shut down, and the lanes have not yet reopened. But if that changes, we'll let you know here on News Now. In the meantime, we're going to go live to Rand Paul speaking, actually. Senator Rand Paul speaking. As you know, he is one of 14 people hoping to get the GOP nomination and run for president.
If the government asks them for it, you can't sue them and say, you gave away my information without a warrant, because they have all been given liability protection. But think if I've got your credit card statement, I can tell about you. If I have your credit card statement, I can tell whether you gamble, whether you smoke, whether you drink, and how much. I can tell what magazines or books you read. I can tell who your doctors are. I can tell what your medications are. Many of us, our whole life revolves through our credit card now. The government is right now collecting 95% of all credit card statements. Now, they say they're not looking at them, the same way they said they were collecting all of your phone records, but don't worry, we're not looking at them. But the people who are telling us they're not looking at their records are also the same people who lied to us and said they weren't doing this at all. James Clapper is the intelligence director. He was brought before the Senate committee. And my friend Ron Wyden, and this is an area that you have Republicans and Democrats coming together. Ron Wyden's a progressive Democrat from Oregon, but he's a friend of mine, and on this issue, we're together. He came before, and Ron Wyden said, are you collecting in bulk the phone records of Americans? And James Clapper said, no. And that's when, a week or two later, we find from Edward Snowden that it was untrue. So there's this big debate. What do you do with Edward Snowden? Is he a hero or a villain? And I say, really, it's a little bit of a complicated issue in the sense that what he did was reveal something the government was lying to us about. But at the same time, can you countenance or say it's okay to reveal secrets? There can't be no rules. I mean, if you work for the government, if you work for the CIA or the NSA, should you be allowed to reveal 100 names of agents that are working in the Middle East? They would be killed. That'd be terrible. So we can't have just no secrets and no rules. But at the same time, the government should have to obey rules as well. And if we're going to have trust in incredibly powerful agencies like the NSA and the CIA and the FBI, they have to tell us the truth. And if they don't, they should be punished. I think James Clapper should have gone to jail for perjury. I'm sure he's listening to all my phone calls because of that. And I say that in jest. I'm not being literal. But the thing is that these are big deals. And this is something that separates me from all the other candidates, is that I think the government shouldn't be collecting your phone records, period. I think the government shouldn't be putting you in jail for nonviolent drug crimes. I'm not an advocate for drugs. I'm an advocate for freedom. But I'm just not an advocate for putting you in jail for that. People make mistakes. I believe in second chances. Often young people have gotten felony charges for possession or sometimes sale, but they never get a job again. How do you get a job if you're a felon? And then if you look who is disproportionately impacted by this, it's poor people and minorities. I think it's about time the Republican Party stood up and said, look, we are the defenders of minority rights. We are the defenders of civil liberties and civil rights. So I don't want the government collecting your records. I don't want the government putting you in jail. But I also don't want the government sending you back to Iraq, frankly. I think the first war in Iraq was a mistake. Why do I say that? Well, we toppled Gaddafi. He was a dictator. Everybody can agree he was a bad guy. But what replaced him? Chaos. There's not even really a country over there anymore. ISIS controls the Sunni areas. Kurds control the Kurdish areas. The Shiites control the Shiite areas. But it's somewhat chaotic. And you say, well, did it help us? Did it help our vital interests, our national security over there? Well, Iran is stronger. Iran is emboldened. Iran now has soldiers in Iraq. And Iraq, after we spent $1 trillion there and we lost 4,486 soldiers, who's Iraq's best friend now? Russia. They invited Russia to fly over them. They have an airspace now where Russia is flying over Iraq and over Syria. And so we've got people who I would just say, what's the nicest word? Naive? Yeah, let's just call them naive. Hillary Clinton and half a dozen Republicans who want to have a no-fly zone over there. Is nobody willing to ask, we talk about the debate, someone needs to ask all of them a question. How do you have a no-fly zone in an area where Russia's already flying? You'd have to shoot them down. We spent 70 years trying not to have a confrontation with Russia, and we were pretty successful at not having one. And the Cold War went on, and we didn't have a nuclear disaster. We didn't have a large confrontation. It was good, and Republicans and Democrats knew that war with Russia was a really, really bad idea. So we need to ask Hillary Clinton and half the Republicans on the stage, what are you going to do? Are you going to shoot down Russian jets? We had this conversation. Carly Fiorina, what did she say? I'm not talking to Putin. Well, that's diplomatic isolationism. You're not going to talk to our opponents? Reagan talked to Gorbachev. All of our leaders, Republican and Democrat, for 70 years, not one of them said, we're not talking to the Russians. If you're going to fly in the same area within 10 miles, 5 miles, 1 mile of Russian planes, and you're not going to talk to them, there's going to be an accident. That is crazy and foolish. And yet I don't hear enough coming from either the media or the public saying, my goodness, having a no-fly zone is the dumbest thing I've ever heard of, and it's a recipe for World War III. We need to have that discussion. Why? Because the people we send are young people to war. You're the ones that will have to go. Now, we have a volunteer army, and I'm a big fan of the volunteer army, but at the same time, there have been times when it progresses from that to conscription. But the bottom line is we should have a debate about this. In Washington, we have Congress, and we have rules. The Constitution gave us rules, and it said the initiation of war is supposed to be from Congress. In fact, they explicitly took that power from the president, and they gave it to Congress because they wanted to make it more difficult, and they wanted to have a wide-open, freewheeling debate because they didn't want to go to war very often. In Europe, they'd been fighting each other forever, cousins fighting cousins, nephews fighting uncles, fathers fighting sons. All of these royal dynastic wars that went on forever, they wanted to make it less so. So they said war was going to be decided by Congress. In fact, Madison put it this way. He said the Constitution supposes what history demonstrates, that the executive, the president, is most prone to war. Therefore, the Constitution vested that power in the legislature to try to make it less likely that we would go to war. But we don't do that anymore. We've been back over, no matter what your opinion is about right now, we've been there for a year and a half, and there's been no vote. In fact, this is the absurdity, and this should make you all mad. We are over there under the jurisdiction of the 9/11 proclamation, the 9/11 use of force. We voted on it right after 9/11, and I would have voted for it. I'm not very likely to go to war, but when we're attacked and people are organizing to attack us, I'm for responding. I'm for repelling invasion. So I would have voted for the resolution. It's like 63 words long. It says, we're going to go after the people who attacked us on 9/11. And we're going to take care of them. But they use that to justify another war 15 years later with ISIS. It has nothing to do with that. If you want to go fight ISIS, let's vote on it. but then be prepared
All right,
to go.
guys, we're going to cut out of Rand Paul for a moment because I'll be doing our morning show tea, so I'll be on in just a second. So stay with me. We'll be going back to Rand Paul in just a second. But first, we're going to be talking to Rick and Andrea on the morning show. Yay! Stay tuned, guys. Stay tuned. Actually, I'm going to go with this camera, I think. I'm going to go back to this camera today. Cool? In fact, I should probably plug in to the audio source so I can actually hear Rick and Andrea when I talk to them. Okay. Anyways, stay with me, guys. I'll be back with you in a second. By the way, guys, I see in the chat room many of you guys are talking about the earthquake last night. There was one that a lot of people felt, but apparently there were a total of 3 earthquakes. We'll be talking about that in just a couple minutes. Okay, cool. Oh, I was just talking to my executive producer who told me that I am 30 seconds away from my morning show tea, so stay tuned, guys. We have a lot of news. I know you guys were talking about it all morning. I know the chat room on YouTube's already talking about it. 3 earthquakes hitting Arizona last night. So we'll be talking about that. Plus, at 10 o'clock, we're going live to a news conference held by Bill Montgomery. It's going to be about sex offenders and the discussion of the results of a 2-month-long joint investigation into that. So stay tuned. We're live. Join us, fox10phoenix.com. All right, guys, so you heard a little bit about what was going to happen during today's show. Also, you see the top 5 right there. I'm going to go into detail regarding that top 5 at 10 o'clock. In the meantime, I'm going to go ahead and go back to that Rand Paul event that I was showing you guys just a couple minutes ago.
Much power will have gravitated into one hand. We had a big fight this last week over the debt ceiling, and I posed it, and I made them all stay up till 3 in the morning, and I think I'm the least popular person in Washington right now. But the thing is I thought it was important because we raised the debt ceiling, not a dollar amount, an unlimited amount. We just said, Mr. President, you can borrow as much money as you want until March of 2017. We won't be there the whole time, but that gives him about a year of borrowing where he can borrow whatever he wants. We also decided to bust the budget caps. Budget caps are limitations on military spending and domestic spending. That's sort of how we divide our spending. I've been saying all along, the problem is not that we don't get along in Washington, we actually get along too well. The right wants more money for military spending, the left wants more money for welfare spending. What do? I tell them they do the secret handshake. I don't think there really is a secret handshake, but this is what I imagine they do. Is they get together in a closed room, there's a secret handshake. There was a deal made, and in the deal, we're going to raise military spending, and we're going to raise domestic spending, but we're going further and further into debt. We borrow about $1 million a minute, and I think that's crazy, and I think it's out of control. But it's not just the Democrats' fault. So you'll hear Republicans beating up Democrats and saying it's their fault. Democrats beating up Republicans and saying it's their fault. Guess what? It's both of their fault. Both parties are bankrupting the country. And that's why I have a unique voice in this primary in that I tell people, and I tell them with a straight face, I'm the only fiscal conservative in the race. Why? Because I'm willing to hold the line across the board for military spending and domestic welfare. Doesn't mean I'm not for a strong national defense. What it means is that you've got to be frugal with everything. You don't get stronger from bankruptcy court. In fact, Admiral Mullen, a career military guy, said the number one threat to our national security is actually our debt. So we do have to be concerned about this. As we move forward, I've been trying to grow the Republican Party. And I've been trying to grow the Republican Party by saying, you know what, we need to be the defender of the entire Bill of Rights. Not just the Second Amendment, but the Fourth Amendment, which says the government can't come in your house or look at your papers without your permission or without a warrant. But we also need to be a defender of the Fifth and Sixth Amendment. The Fifth and Sixth Amendment are about justice. Fifth Amendment says the government can't take your property from you. The Sixth Amendment says they can't incarcerate you without a trial. You're supposed to get your day in court and a lawyer before you go to trial, before you're incarcerated. And this is something that I think we've made a big mistake on. And I'd like to finish by telling you one quick story. There was a young man who was 16 years old, and his name was Kasich Browder. He was a black kid in the Bronx, and he was accused of a crime. He was put in Rikers Island, and he spent 3 years there without a trial. 2 years in solitary confinement. He was beaten by gangs and by guards. He tried to commit suicide more than once. And then a couple of months ago, he did commit suicide. Unfortunately, he was successful. It shouldn't happen in our country. You shouldn't be put in jail for 3 years without a trial, without a lawyer. And when you see people angry, and this may not be any of us, and sometimes it's hard for me to imagine why are people in the cities so unhappy and so angry. Well, think if you were Kasich Browder's classmate or brother or sister. Think if you were his parents and you lived in his poor section of the town in the Bronx, and you see the way he was treated. None of you would have had this. Your parents would have gotten you a lawyer. You'd have gotten bail, and you'd have gotten out. Most of us don't have to live with that utter wrenching poverty that is it's sort of a cycle of drugs to prison to other crime and back to prison again. We don't live that way and haven't had to live that way, but I think we need to have some compassion for people who are caught up in that cycle and try to break the cycle. But no American deserves to be in jail for 3 years without a trial. I have no idea whether he was guilty or not, but it was a minor offense, and the person who accused him of the crime wasn't even in our country legally, and then was gone by the time the trial ever came. It was a sad...
All right, guys, we're going to get cut out of Rand Paul. We're going to go live now to Bill Montgomery, where he's speaking about this sex offender operation and the results of this 2-month sting.
If you don't believe me...
David Gonzalez here this morning, and what we'd like to do is share with you some details about a joint effort that's been underway for a couple of months and that worked in conjunction with Operation Safe Treat, which is an effort to make sure that local registered sex offenders are abiding by the terms and conditions of their supervision to protect the public, and in particular to also make sure the environment is safe for children as they went about trick-or-treating. I should underscore, too, at the outset that this is the 8th year this partnership has been ongoing, and kinds of efforts go on throughout the year, but around the time frame for Halloween, there's a particular emphasis in wanting to make sure that the environment stays as safe as it can be for trick-or-treaters. Now, with respect to the joint operation between my office and the U.S. Marshal's office, as well as with the Phoenix Police Department's FADE unit and detectives out of my investigations division, we worked in conjunction with prosecutors from our sex offense bureaus who have the majority responsibility for prosecuting sex offenders to identify 191 individuals who are currently on a warrant status for failing to register. Under Arizona law, there are specific requirements for those who have been convicted of certain sex offenses to ensure that the sheriffs in counties that they move to are notified that they are moving into those counties and are living there, as well as ongoing requirements to update the address that is on file with the Department of Public Safety should they ever change that residence. And as a consequence of the most recent joint effort, there are a number of individuals who are taken into custody. We identified 8 who are dead, so we don't need to worry about them anymore. And there are a number of individuals, too, who we know who they are, and they've yet to be taken into custody, and that will occur in the days and weeks ahead. Some examples of individuals who were taken into custody as a direct result of this effort include Patrick Geyer, last name spelled G-E-I-E-R, originally convicted of fondling a child and served a prison sentence. He was using multiple identities to avoid law enforcement detection. He was located and arrested here in Phoenix. Another individual, Mario Washington, spelled as it sounds, was originally convicted of sexual conduct with a minor under the age of 13. He had been arrested in Phoenix before for failing to register. He was located and arrested in Detroit, Michigan. And then a third example, individual by the name of George Derrick, last name spelled D-E-R-R-I-C-K. He was originally located living in Pennsylvania with a 12-year-old girl and scamming an elderly woman. Before authorities could arrest and charge him with offenses there, though, he fled from that jurisdiction and was subsequently identified living in Northern California and has been arrested near San Francisco. The offenses he had previously been convicted of, and this also shows the multiple facets of a career criminal. He'd been convicted of a sex offense with a minor and violent offenses in California, and subsequently was convicted of violent and drug offenses in Arizona, as well as a previous failure to register offense. Some of the individuals who have also been identified and were taken into custody, having failed to register as required, were located living in a variety of circumstances. Some were found living near schools in violation of Arizona law, which prohibits them from living within 1,000 feet of a public or a private school or a daycare center. Others attempted to conceal their whereabouts by working for cash as contractors, which also allowed them then access to people's homes. 2 were located in homeless shelters, and at least one other offender had attempted to fake his own death in order to avoid being identified and then contacted by law enforcement. I'm greatly appreciative of the ongoing partnership and pledge this office's future willingness to participate in these efforts too, as we continue to partner to make our community as safe as we can. Now I'll turn over the podium to Marshal Gonzalez for any comments he'd like to make.
Thank you, Bill. You know, one of the primary duties of the United States Marshal Service is to hunt down fugitives worldwide. Also, as part of those duties, Congress passed the Adam Walsh Act several years ago. And what was happening around the country is sex offenders in different states would move around the country, and they were falling through the cracks. So Congress made it a federal crime to not register in wherever they were living. We estimate there are about 6,000 convicted sexual offenders in Arizona. About 10% of those 600 are absconders. In other words, we have no idea where they are, which is a big, big number. And in conjunction with the county attorney's office and our state and local partners throughout the state, in addition to hunting down fugitives that have sexual predator backgrounds, we also concentrate on individuals who are in violation of the Adam Walsh Act, who are not reporting as they should be. We know from experience that sexual predators will strike again. And we had this big operation during the during the Halloween season, but as Bill made it clear today, we do this on a daily basis, but are able, with our county attorney and our state and local partners, to give us additional manpower where we can focus on these individuals for 2, 3, 4 weeks leading up to the Halloween season, because that is a time where some of these sexual predators might take advantage of children walking in neighborhoods, and this situation that not just in Maricopa County or the state of Arizona is a national issue, and trying to get our arms around it, if you will, of these absconders who do not register is a huge job, and is with the help of our local partners that we're able to find these individuals so they don't strike again. Thank you.
And last couple of points to make too. I want to underscore, not miss anybody. This operation was made possible with a partnership of the Maricopa County Attorney's Office, the U.S. Marshals Service, the Phoenix Police FADE Unit, and the Adam Walsh Foundation. I might not have mentioned them earlier. And the last point I'll make is this. For those who we've yet to take into custody, we know who you are. It would behoove you and be safest for you to turn yourself in immediately to local law enforcement. Otherwise, a warrant may be served at your current residence or at your place of employment or anywhere else out in public that these efforts are able to identify your current movements and take you into custody. It'd be far better for everybody and would heighten the safety of a surrender for you to do so on your own at a local law enforcement. Is there anything else you want to add?
No, I think.
Okay. All right. That's what we wanted to share this morning to underscore the success of this partnership and the impact we can have on public safety, particularly when it comes to the sex offenders who are required to register within the state of Arizona, and to also illustrate the national reach this effort had, not just locally, but also in Michigan and ranging from Pennsylvania to California. What questions do you have?
Let me ask you before we get into details. A lot of people hear sex offender, they think of some seedy-looking dude, you know, with an overcoat and a wagon waiting to make his count. But that's not the case, isn't it? I mean,
No, and while there may be certain classification of offenders who might have a traditional look or feel about them, when it comes to sex offenders, mind you, part of what makes them effective is their ability to meld into the regular population and to curry favor and trust from others, adults as well as children who may be in their care. So that's another aspect of this that can make these offenders so dangerous. And one of the reasons why, in general, as a category of offender, sex offenders may recidivate less often, it's because of these kinds of efforts to maintain supervision and to ensure that they're abiding by terms and conditions of release. When they're not being supervised, when they're not abiding by these terms and conditions, that's when there is the greatest risk of reoffending.
No, that's good.
Okay. Any other questions?
All right.
All right.
On this crackdown, on this that you did, were you guys effectively able to make arrests? Were you just getting the word out that you were watching? What was the final outcome of what you've done up until now?
Sure. Well, the current statistics, about half of those who we have identified have been contacted, or in the instance of the 8 who are dead, we know they're no longer a threat. And the remaining, we know who they are, and this operation will continue. So more will be taken into custody in the days and weeks ahead. As Marshal Gonzalez mentioned earlier, these kinds of efforts go on throughout the year. It's just around the Halloween timeframe, there's a concentration of resources and focus because it is the Halloween timeframe when we know that there are going to be a number of children out coming into contact with strangers, such as the nature of trick-or-treating. And so the numbers where they're at right now, we're going to continue this effort.
It's more of a case of better to be proactive than reactive in this situation.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. We don't want to have someone taken into custody as a consequence of reoffending as opposed to failing to register. The registration requirements within Arizona are designed for continued monitoring and for continued awareness for the public too. Under the Department of Public Safety's responsibility to maintain a database of sex offenders, the public can go to the Department of Public Safety's website and they can do a search for level 2 and level 3 sex offenders, those who represent a greater risk of reoffending, and can be kept up to date on where those individuals are within the community. And again, that's by and large designed primarily to help avoid any risk of reoffending. The nature of sex offenses, in particular for those against children, is such that you have a lifetime's worth of hurt and healing required for minor children who are abused and taken advantage of. And so we want to avoid that from occurring in the first place. So again, to underscore, this partnership is designed to make sure that those who have been previously identified as sex offenders because of a conviction and then subsequently have a requirement to register as a sex offender are abiding by Arizona law. And for those who do not, the concentration of effort around this time frame illustrates the kind of work that goes on throughout the year in identifying where they are to hold them accountable for failing to remain within compliance and to provide for a continued safe environment for our children in the community.
Bill, do we normally see, as a prosecutor looking at patterns, do we normally see more children molested, abused on Halloween than we do other nights of the year?
Not necessarily, and I think that's in part because of efforts like this. We increase public awareness. The Marshal's Office, along with other local law enforcement partners, go out and check on people whose locations are known in advance of Halloween, reminding them that they're not allowed to be giving out candy or to have contact with children. They need to keep their lights off to avoid them creating layers in which there's an invitation for children to come in. So I would say that because of the heightened awareness that this sort of operation brings to the community around Halloween, we don't see it around that time. Okay. Other questions?
Is there anything you guys learned from this operation about what people are doing to avoid detection?
Any operational details?
Sure, yeah. As Bill mentioned, of the 600 or so absconders that we know are in this state, deputy marshals and local police banged on hundreds of doors looking for them. We also banged on hundreds of doors of known people that are registered sex offenders to remind them of their obligations under the court-ordered sanctions. Now, it is interesting to note that a lot of these individuals know what they're required to do, but it is difficult to find some of these individuals. Think about this. If you're a registered sex offender from Pennsylvania, for example, and you move, and we find out you're in Arizona, trying to locate that individual is very, very difficult. That's why this is a statewide operation also, working with Pima County and the different county sheriffs around the state, because they could be anywhere. And we use our investigative techniques and investigative efforts that we have to try to find those individuals so that there aren't any more victims. Also, I wanted to mention that we also scan the fugitive records for people that might be wanted for other crimes but have had a sexual crime in their past. For example, we arrested individuals who were wanted for, say, an assault or child abuse, but in their background they had a sex abuse or a sex offense in their background. We will also go and look for those individuals and arrest those fugitives, and putting an added emphasis on those individuals, anybody that has those types of crimes in their background. The manpower, the amount of time it takes to hunt these individuals is very difficult, and sometimes can take months and years to find these individuals and try to determine where they have gone. We've also sent collateral leads to dozens and dozens of other U.S. Marshal Services offices around the country, letting them know that a sex offender, sex absconder that was last seen here might be in their jurisdiction, so that we can track these individuals nationally. And that was the purpose of the Adam Walsh Act.
Any other questions? All right, thank you all very much. We appreciate you coming in and giving us a chance to share this information. Thank you, Bill. Thank you.
Hi guys, it looks like we have lost that feed, but it doesn't matter because the whole event wrapped up, so there's no need to just continue to show you a podium. I see Ron Hoon popping in. Hi.
Hi.
Hi, Ron Hoon.
Kind of, sizing up the framing. See what's going on, hanging with Samia.
Why don't you just join me over here?
All right, fine.
So, happy Monday, happy November.
Same to you. Oh my goodness.
It's November, which is crazy to me.
November is so great here. I literally just, how long ago? 1 second. It says 1 second, but it was more like, oh, here, you're up here. I just hashtagged beautiful November. Because look at.
That is pretty cool.
And I said, Piestewa Peak, calling my name. Have you hiked Piestewa yet?
Have I hiked anything yet?
You got to put that on your list.
Well, it was just hot for a really long time. And now I feel like the weather's finally nice to hike. But right here. Mm-hmm. We have the top 5. 3 earthquakes hit Arizona. This is the big news throughout the morning. You guys covered it extensively.
I know.
Everyone's talking about it in the chat room. I slept through it. I didn't feel it. And as a native Californian, I'm a little upset.
You're like, I really missed the action.
Right, because, if there's, our assistant news director said that was the first time he's ever felt an earthquake. And I was
my gosh.
Wow.
Yes, I never have.
They don't really have them here.
I never
and
have.
I was joking in my head. I was like, I flew back from California and brought an earthquake with it, I guess.
Some guy on Twitter was hilarious with the social media commentary. He's like, I'm moving to Arizona. No natural disasters, they said. No earthquakes, they said.
Yeah, but you know what? The earthquake here compared to,
Yeah.
what earthquakes can be in California with extensive damage. I mean, I know everyone's talking about it here because just the fact that it happened is unique and it made news, but I don't think we're getting pictures in of extensive damage to one's homes or anything.
No, we're not. And I always think about that. I think about when we do blowout coverage when it rains.
Yeah.
I think, well, what do the people who are in town from Seattle think?
Yeah, it's like...
And when we do blowout coverage on an earthquake, I say to myself, I wonder what the people in California think.
What does Avia think, too? Yeah. I'm like, oh, wow.
But it's still kind of exciting because
it's
one of those things that this was one that enough people actually really, truly felt.
And I know it was felt in my area because, like I said, Steve, our assistant news director, said he felt it, and he and I live fairly close to each other. So this is where the epicenter occurred, just northeast of Black Canyon City is the whole area where all three earthquakes occurred, one during the 9 o'clock hour, the other one at 11:29 and 11:49. The 11:29 one is the one that I'm hearing
people felt
the most people
here in
felt.
town.
Yeah.
We got a tweet or an Instagram or something from a guy all the way in Chandler. And so I thought, wow, I mean, we're saying you mostly felt it, on the northern edge of the valley.
Right.
But to go all the way across Phoenix and Tempe and get all the way down south to Chandler, that shows you. I mean, a lot of people, when it's that close to a metro area, a lot of people are going to have felt it. I thought that the phone report that we had from a woman up that area who said I describe it as being like a boom, but not just boom, it's more like boom, like that, like it just lasts.
I think I have that phone call, that clip from
do you?
played in the morning show.
Yeah,
let
sure.
me go ahead and...
She does it better than I do. She does.
Let's go ahead and play this one.
I've been in earthquakes before, and this one shook the whole house and was a boom noise, the kind of a lasting boom, not just a boom, but a boom. And the second one rattled things on the walls and left the house vibrating for a while, for several minutes, shaking. And this last one, they seem to be getting closer.
All right, so there was that. I want to go back and pull up the map again, though, just so you guys have a visual.
Corey told me he worked on this map. He said the first one pops up, and then the second one pops up, and then the third one pops up. So it's middle, north, south in that order. And it was the second one, the one that's farther to the north, that apparently was the most widely felt. And at 4.1, that was certainly the
the strongest.
The strongest.
But then the third one was a 4.0, but I think that one was deeper. And that was something we talked about last week when we were talking about the earthquake that struck Afghanistan and how important the depth is relative to how bad the damage is and how far it's felt also.
Yeah, right. They said the same thing about the Washington, D.C. quake, which when I was back there a couple of weeks ago, I was glad to see that the monument is finally reopened. But, they had to shut down the Washington Monument for... I want to say well over a year.
Wow.
Even though it hit way down in Virginia, it was so deep.
Well, no, it's shallow.
Shallow.
Because the closer it is to the surface, the more it's felt. If it's deep, then you have a better chance of survival. Because that Afghanistan, Pakistan quake from last week, the death toll was in the hundreds, whereas the quake that happened 10 years before in the same area, it was a relatively shallow one, was like more than 80,000 killed.
Oh,
so it's crazy to kind of compare those two numbers.
Yes, right.
So there's that.
Okay, so that's certainly something people are talking about this morning, even though it was relatively minor and the damage appears to be almost nil. A lot of people felt it. A lot of people.
I just want to let you know, we got the president coming in at set 5. If you didn't know, Steve's going to slack you what his agenda is.
Okay.
So we need to give you a heads up.
Okay. Do we want to leave earthquake coverage and go to the helicopter? Okay. We're going to now go to...
Marine One.
Yes.
Here it comes.
Well, you know, President Obama is only going to get to enjoy this aircraft for another year or so. It is November.
Yeah.
Now we're officially 1 year away
Yeah.
from
Well, you're-
the big tomorrow's Election Day, the first
Yes.
Tuesday of November. So we're
Yes.
basically just 1 year out of the presidential election that we've been following already for like 6-7 months.
I know. In fact, there's a program that I listen to super early in the morning when I'm driving in, and the guy always starts his coverage by saying, "It's we're so many days into the Obama presidency, blankety blank days left, and we're right up against 365. So we're like 368 or something. Mm-hmm. So yeah, we're right to the moment, and the president's going to be, well, you can see they're standing at attention there, so he's going to be walking off any sec. This is obviously at Joint Base Andrews, out there just a little bit south. Gosh, what is that? Maybe no more than 7 or 8 miles south of the White House, where he then transfers to Air Force One.
Right. And President Obama today is going to Newark, New Jersey, because he's going to be holding an event. He's going to be speaking. I know we're going to get this live feed in later on today, but the president's going to be speaking about the reentry process of formerly incarcerated individuals who are now working to get their lives back together and get a second chance. So he's going to be joined by Senator Booker, as well as the mayor of Newark. So that'll be pretty interesting.
Interesting indeed. The question is, who's going to be the next? Oh, there's the commander-in-chief. Who's going to be the next commander-in-chief to jump off that aircraft and walk across the tarmac?
Good question. One of the things I had in my top 5, that I can't pull it up right this second, was the fact that Jeb Bush has sort of relaunched his campaign. I went on Twitter about an hour ago, and I saw trending nationwide, and like the top 5 trends was "Jeb can fix it." Yeah. And I guess that's the new slogan they're going with.
Yes.
To, kind of give his campaign like that second win.
I wonder if that was like, can you sponsor something to a large enough scale that it can become a trender? Because I can't imagine people just waking up saying, "Oh, Jeb Bush has got a new approach."
Can I explain why?
Yeah, absolutely.
Everyone is taking this and making jokes on Twitter.
Oh.
John Fugelsang saying Jeb can fix it actually refers to the 2000 election in Florida. That's pretty.
That's funny. What else you got?
Good.
This is good. People need a good laugh on a Monday morning, Samia Khan. That's a great one.
And then someone posting this picture right here and saying nothing like a slogan from a children's show to combat an image of weakness.
Well, if you look for more funny lines.
It's trending worldwide, apparently. It's the 3rd most trending thing in the world.
Isn't that hilarious?
Or it was at one point.
Because I have brand new, literally since I sat down, brand new polling data.
Okay.
You really need to look up polls that do not include the last about 3 days, and frankly just toss them out, because some people are feeling as though that debate, some guys in that debate were so strong. There's the thought out there that it could, and Marco Rubio, that it could be a game changer for both of them. So let me just tell you that, and this is out of New Hampshire, where Jeb Bush is not going to do that well in Iowa because he doesn't seem to be real strong with the religious conservatives. Okay, they love Ben Carson, they love Mike Huckabee, they love Ted Cruz. They're sitting on the fence on Donald Trump. But they love Ben Carson.
Because the thing is, everyone knows Donald Trump for his celebrity, and they've known him for celebrity for years, and I don't think the religious conservative have ever viewed Donald Trump as a public figure of their own.
No, you're exactly right.
And I think that's why. So even though he's referencing the Bible at all of these rallies and events and promoting his faith, it's only for political purposes.
Well, it's one of these where, hey, I'm a good Christian. Trust me on this. Just like 3 weeks ago, I'm going to be great on women's issues. Trust me on this. So it's just so sort of generic, it's kind of fill in the blank. But anyway, he's not going to do well in Iowa. We can already say, I'm here to say I don't even think he'll be in the top 3 in Iowa. But he needs to score well in New Hampshire, because what happens next? Then the next state that weighs in is South Carolina. Again, more the religious conservative.
Right.
So he needs to appeal to the libertarian part of the Republican Party, which is what we have out here in Arizona.
And New Hampshire.
And New Hampshire.
Right.
So
Which is where we just were about a half an hour ago, showing them Rand Paul.
Nice.
In New Hampshire.
Good.
Speaking of
Right.
that kind of Republican.
So if he doesn't do well in New Hampshire, he's in big trouble. Brand new polling, Samia Khan, just within the last hour.
Hey, viewers in the chat room, are you ready for the brand new polls? Please
Here
let
we
us
go.
know
This is out of
what
New
you're
Hampshire.
thinking. What are your guesses in the chat room, guys?
Okay.
Should we give them like a second to guess?
10
let's seconds to guess?
see.
5 seconds to guess?
As to, like, what do you want them to guess? I mean...
Who's up, who's down? It's fine, we'll just tell you guys.
Sure. Well, I mean, I'm looking at a poll from a week earlier and then this one. So let's just do that. We'll do it this way.
You'll tell us what last week was.
And then this week. Okay. Now, they're from different organizations, but we have to trust that they're all using good methodology. 1 week ago... Okay, the one I'm about to quote ended on October 22nd, and then the new one ended literally on the 1st, yesterday. Okay, so this gives you a glimpse at the key state of New Hampshire in the last, what's transpired before the debate, after the debate. Trump goes from 38 to 26.
Wow.
Carson goes from 12 to 16.
It looks like Hapalea's already read these polls.
Oh, Hapalea. I mean,
was like, it's Trump 26, Carson at 16.
Okay, but here's what else is interesting. In third place now, pretty strong third place, and frankly closing in on Carson for number 2, is Marco Rubio. He went from 7% to 13%.
Wow.
Now, he could hope for that kind of number nationally, a doubling of his number. That would be large. And then you would think Jeb Bush next, right? No. Now we've got John Kasich, who has staked his whole, I think pretty much his whole campaign. He's now in 4th place. I mean, he's like living in New Hampshire because he's gone from 5 to 11%. And that could be debate, but honestly, he wasn't very strong in the debate. I think it's more him just spending all his time up there and probably spending some money. I wouldn't be surprised if he's spending a little advertising money up there, but he's definitely organizing. So your top 4 then are Trump, Carson, Rubio, Kasich. They're the only ones in double figures. Next, in 5th place, is Cruz, who had a great debate.
Wow, Jeb is nowhere on there. Jeb needs to fix his poll numbers, not the country.
Cruz has gone from 5% to 9%. And then you've got the Fix-It man. Mr. Fix-It, Jeb Bush, going from 8% to 7%.
Literally the whole internet is talking about Jeb can fix it, referring to the 2000 election.
Wow.
Everyone. It's like, you would think, though, that the PR people, before putting out a campaign like this, would think of all the potential...
Yeah, they would, wouldn't they?
You know, backlash or the possible jokes that could result after a new... So, like, if I were running for president, or if I were running someone's campaign, I would take the campaign and go to the most intelligent comedian I know.
Okay.
Give them this, see what they come up with,
and
then think, do I really want that to be what everyone's talking about? Because look, Jeb can fix it. 2000, I mean, it's the best joke out there for the day.
It is. That's a great idea, by the way, but I don't think there's a lot right now. There doesn't seem to be a lot of follow-through. There's a big story on the Fox News website this morning that his highest-ranking person on his campaign has quit.
Wow.
But as you dig into it, it apparently happened a while back and was just announced today, primarily because one of the New York Times or the Washington Post found out about it and was going to run a story, so they tried to beat it and came out and said, yes, one of our top people has left the campaign. But it did happen a while ago. So I think you're right on about that. But I don't think that's even in their wheelhouse.
Yeah, they don't
the Bush
think like
people
that.
to think like that. But if you go into debate prep with what you think is a funny, clever line, and you don't have somebody who's grilling you in debate prep to say, so when you say that, he's most likely going to lay this on you. You've got to have the comeback, and you can't just stand there with a grin. because
So
that
they should do
is
that
not
with
gonna
every
work.
part of their campaign, including
Right.
this new slogan. By the way, Air Force One is about to take off. I know a lot of you in the chat room in awe of Air Force One, talking about how beautiful it is, how great of a plane it is. Again, the likelihood that Jeb Bush will be flying in that plane in a year and a half, what do you think?
Seems to be less almost by the week.
Right.
But it is a spectacular sight, isn't it?
Right. President Obama, again, on his way to Newark, New Jersey, guys.
It's a cloudy, cool, gray day there in D.C., which is so weird for me because I was back there 2 weeks ago and it was so sunny and warm. It was.
What a difference a couple weeks makes, especially on the East Coast between October and November. November is just when it gets cold. If you don't make your East Coast trips in September or October, you're going to probably have to wait till April.
There you go.
Unless you like snow and the cold.
Yeah, sure.
I'm not
Unless
judging.
it's a ski trip. Okay, I guess. No, I'm not judging.
But do a lot of people go all the way back east to ski? You probably just go to Colorado or Utah over here. Or like Flagstaff.
Right.
Right?
Yeah. I've actually gone skiing
Or Big Bear, I don't know.
I've gone skiing in New England. They have some pretty good hills there.
I'm sure, but I'm saying if
But
you're
anyway,
going to just make a quick
I know.
ski trip, you're probably not going to go all the way across the country.
You know, you book this fancy trip to get all the way out to New England, and as the plane takes off from Sky Harbor and you fly over like the Colorado Rockies or the Wasatch in Utah, you're looking down thinking, why didn't I just... I noticed when I was up in Salt Lake, I was changing planes at their airport. They have a new logo and name for their city, which I think is really good. They're calling themselves Ski City. Because you can land at that airport and be at, I think, 7 different ski resorts in less than 60 minutes from the time you land. So, anyway, I got to run to my meeting.
All right, well, thanks for hanging.
Good to hang out with you. Okay, have fun in the chat room.
I will.
See you guys.
Again, guys, just to recap. Oops, looks like we lost the feed. So I'm going to be back with you guys, but it's good because it's 10:37. I'm going to give you a recap, or at least introduce the top 5 to you for those of you who did not see it the first time. 3 earthquakes hit Arizona. We'll talk about that in more detail. Plus show you video recorded in the newsroom. Literally right after the quake, the phones were going off the hook. It was crazy. Many calls coming in, so we'll show you some video of that. Plus, Jeb can fix it, the campaign strategy. Ron and I just went into detail on this one, so no need to recap that right now. Plus, a Metrojet crash kills all 224 people on board. This happened in Egypt on Saturday, and it's pretty crazy to think about because what's unique about it, according to investigators, is that it exploded or it broke apart mid-air, which leaves people to question just how the crash really occurred. Really unfortunate situation. It was traveling from Egypt to Russia, left Sharm el-Sheikh, which is basically a beach resort town of sorts. And yeah, that is what happened. I think I have a story about it. I do, from Fox National. The Egypt plane crash. Give me a second while I pull it up. We have 2 stories, one that was sent to us over the weekend and one sent this morning. So I'll go ahead and play the one that was sent over the weekend, and then I will play the one that was sent this morning, so you have a thorough understanding of what took place.
Investigators say that both black boxes have been recovered, likely providing crucial information about the minutes and seconds before the Russian airliner went down. The plane, operated by the Russian airline Metrojet, departed at dawn from the southern Sinai Egyptian resort of Sharm el-Sheikh along the Red Sea, en route to St. Petersburg, Russia. About 20 minutes into the flight, The pilot reported technical difficulties before contact was lost with air traffic controllers. Officials say it was flying at a normal cruising altitude just above 30,000 feet when the emergency call was made. It appears at this point that the plane diverted from its intended flight path, likely trying to make an emergency landing, according to Egyptian officials, before it dropped off the radar. It crashed in a region of the Sinai where Egyptian military forces have been battling ISIS militants. But both Russian and Egyptian officials say there's no indication this was a terrorist attack and have so far ruled out foul play. Egyptian officials say that the plane was inspected before the flight and no mechanical issues were found. But again, the black box will likely provide critical information for investigators. This, as the bodies of the dead are recovered from the crash site. Of the 224 passengers killed, 17 were children. The head of the Legislative Assembly of St. Petersburg says investigators are conducting genetic tests to determine the identity of the victims. This as family members wait for the bodies of their loved ones to return home. And as the investigation continues, Lufthansa, Air France, and KLM Airlines are all diverting flights around the Sinai Peninsula, according to airline officials, until the cause of the crash is determined. In Jerusalem, John Huddy, Fox News.
Airline officials weigh in on what could have caused a Russian plane to crash in Egypt over the weekend. Metrojet says something outside the plane, such as some kind of impact, caused it to break up in flight.
There are no such faults like engine failure, system failure. There's no such combination of systems failure that could lead to a plane breaking up in the air.
The Airbus crashing in Egypt's Sinai Peninsula Saturday, 23 minutes after taking off for St. Petersburg. ISIS claims it caused the crash, but Russian officials have downplayed this possibility.
We don't have any direct evidence of any terrorist involvement yet.
The country's federal aviation chief says it's too soon to know exactly what brought it down. Metrojet says the airliner dropped some 5,000 feet in altitude before the crash.
What it points to is that the plane was not flying, but falling down.
All 224 people on board killed, most of them Russian. Mourners leaving flowers and praying at a memorial set up at the St. Petersburg airport where the plane was scheduled to land. Victims' bodies arriving back in Russia as family members submit DNA samples to help identify their loved ones.
Our task today is to, as soon as possible, bring the relatives who will come to make identifications to provide them with full support.
The plane's black boxes are said to be in good condition, and teams from around the world are helping with the investigation. In Jerusalem, Connor Powell, Fox News.
All right, guys, so that's what we know so far. Moving on, we're going to go to a couple other stories. So Snapchat privacy terms have been clarified. I don't know if you guys are too familiar with Snapchat, if you guys are Snapchatters out there, but I did see that this story was trending on Facebook this morning, and I clicked because apparently there were a lot of media reports that came out and said that Snapchat was keeping all the photos and videos that you guys were sending, all the content that they had rights to it by the from the users, and so now Snapchat has come out to clarify and give users the update. So this is what they're saying. Snapchat's telling these users it's not storing any of their private messages or the private snaps after a privacy update. So let me see if I can get you any more information regarding this. So if you were afraid to use Snapchat, worried that the company may have been storing all of your images, don't worry, because they are not. Snapchat basically works, if you aren't familiar with it, you take a picture, you can add it to your story, or you can send it to people. And if you add it to your story expires after 24 hours. If you send it to someone directly, they can only look at it once. So You guys remember when we talked about Snapchat a few weeks ago? So there's Snapchat. Whoa. See that? And so if I hit this button right here, I don't know. Guys, I'm trying to do this. There we go. So we got a Snapchat. And then you can kind of pick a filter. That's how Snapchat works. Phoenix. And then if I wanted to send it, you just hit this little button right there, and you can pick who you're going to send it to of your friends, or it just says my story, and then you can add it to your story. Anyways, the point is, Snapchat has now told its users that it's not storing their private snaps after this privacy update. So what happened was the terms of service and the privacy policy was updated by Snapchat on October 28th, but then yesterday Snapchat released a blog post explaining the changes after some media outlets had reported that Snapchat had given itself access to basically everyone's private messages. So that's the update with that. And then last but not least, it is November. It's November 2nd. And for those of you who may be familiar with the Movember movement, it's a month now where you will see a lot of people growing out their mustaches. The Movember movement started a number of years ago. I know it's been going on at least since 2008. Basically, its goal is to raise awareness for prostate cancer. Let me just go ahead and pull up their website for you. Guys, here is their website. The Movember Foundation. I think they're based in Southern California, but basically the idea is, you know, you fundraise, you grow out a mustache through the month of November, and it's a new way to fundraise for men's health. I think they're making it all kinds of men's health in general now, not just prostate cancer, which was the initial cause when they first launched. So basically, if you want to get involved and grow a mustache and start fundraising, you just go to the website, you can hit get involved. Mustaches in Movember, grow your mustache for 30 days, do it for men's health. It's a unique gimmick, but you know, it is a pretty popular thing that's going on out there. And it's November, so now's the time if you guys want to go ahead and take part in this. And last but not least, I had to include this in my top 5 because I'm one of those people that is obsessed with Starbucks. And I know many of you out there are also Starbucks fans. And there's a certain time of the year every year that Starbucks just tastes a little bit better. And in my opinion, it is red cup season. And I think that's what a lot of people feel like. I feel like when the red cups are out, it's an indication that Christmas is right around the corner, the holidays are here, it's winter, and there's something about the red cups that make my peppermint mochas just taste that much better. So red cups arrived yesterday, November 1st, so get out there if you're a fan of the red cups. I know red cups, or hashtag red cup, was trending on Instagram yesterday, so obviously people are very excited about these red cups. In fact, I will pull up Instagram and show you guys how everyone is just posting it. You can actually search for the hashtag itself. Red cup. 216,000 posts. Everyone is posting. It's basically the thing to do. All red cups. There's everyone in their red cup. So if you get your red cup, you can go to Instagram, take your picture, be part of the excitement. She just posted this 9 minutes ago, so it looks like people are posting red cup photos on Instagram, or at least hashtagging red cup almost every minute. I'm very tempted now to get a red cup on my break and partake in the red cup celebration. So it's pretty exciting stuff, guys. Pretty exciting stuff. All right, guys, I'm going to go back to this now. Jeb can fix it, the campaign strategy. Jeb Bush was actually speaking this morning, and I actually saw Jeb can fix it signs in the audience. I'm wondering if this was actually the event where Jeb officially announced his new strategy, because that's when Jeb can fix it started trending after that event. So my guess is that the big announcement was made at this event. I was able to record some of it, so let's go ahead and listen in on a little bit of what Jeb had to say this morning.
A raccoon in my attic. What are you going to do about it? So I called up the poor city manager from Delray Beach or one of these towns, and I said, you have an elderly person that's got a raccoon in her attic. What are you going to do about it? And by noon, that raccoon was out, because we did have a servant's heart in Tallahassee. We got our team right on it each and every day when people had problems. And they always, Floridians always gave me their opinions. Man, they did not hold back. So I listened, and I did try to answer every email. It wasn't something I could have predicted at the start of my time in office, but this 8-year conversation with Florida shaped my governorship. So in writing my book, I used my email exchanges to tell the Florida story, to tell about the work to turn one of America's largest states into an economic engine where people could live, work, and raise their family in safety and security. With the huge promise for the future and free from the heavy hand of government. That's what my book is about. And here's my shameless plug. The book is called Reply All. It's out today. You can get it on Amazon.com. It's pretty cheap. Yeah! I hope you enjoy it. Going back and rereading these emails reminded me of the challenges we tackled together and how much can be accomplished with strong conservative leadership. That is why I'm running for the presidency of the United States of America. You see, America's at a time of testing, at home and abroad. People are frustrated. People are worried about what the future holds for our nation. And I share that sentiment with them. Our economy has suffered its slowest recovery since the Great Depression. 1 in 10 able-bodied Americans can't find full-time work or have given up altogether. 1 in 7 Americans lives in poverty. 1 in 5 children is on food stamps. Barack Obama has given us $2 trillion of new taxes, but still managed to grow the national debt by $8 trillion, placing the moral burden on working families and the next generation. The world is in turmoil as America withdraws from its responsibilities. ISIS has a caliphate the size of Indiana. In Syria and Iraq, they are indiscriminately killing moderate Muslims, Christians, Western journalists, anyone who stands in the way of their fanatic ideology. Red lines get crossed without consequence, unleashing a humanitarian crisis as 4 million Syrian refugees flee their native land. Vladimir Putin is siding with the brutal Syrian dictator, sending weapons to Iran, and continuing to defy the Western world in Ukraine. All the while, our president has negotiated an agreement that gives legitimacy to Tehran and does nothing to curb Iran's nuclear ambitions. For the first time in the history of Israel, its greatest existential threat has been created by its greatest ally. The 2016 election arrives at the juncture of all our failures abroad and restlessness at home. And soon, Americans will once again enter a time for choosing, a chance to set a new course for the country. As you may have heard, last week I was in Colorado for the 3rd Republican debate. If you watched the debate, you probably came away thinking that the election's about sound bites, or fantasy football, or which candidate can interrupt the loudest. I'm here to tell you it is not. This election is not about a set of personalities. It's about a set of principles. It's about leadership. It's about the right vision to lead America through turbulent waters. After 2 terms of a divider-in-chief who has sliced and diced the electorate by class, income, grievance, and creed. So the choice we face is whether to summon the courage to give rise to a new era of possibility, or indulge this new age of cynicism. For all his promise, perhaps President Obama's greatest accomplishment is that of creating competing pessimisms. Members of his own party are left explaining how 2% growth, massive debt, and increasing global isolation are really the best that we can do. They speak in delusional terms about containing ISIS, about trusting the world's largest state sponsor of terrorism, about how the presence of Russian soldiers on Syrian soil doesn't underscore the president's empty words and total inaction. It's not working. And all President Obama has left is the politics of divide and conquer, signing lawless executive orders that ignore the Constitution and launching partisan attacks, such as comparing his critics to Iranian hardliners. Wow. Amazing. Americans have had enough of our many president's straw man arguments and of a front-running candidate who blames a vast right-wing conspiracy instead of taking personal responsibility. And who declares roughly half the country as her enemy. If Secretary Clinton has her way, the next 4 years will be like the last 8. Gridlock, grievance, division, demonization. This is the only way they know how to win. Yeah. On the issue of immigration, they've written a script for Republicans filled with grievance and resentment. Frankly, the last thing they want is a Republican challenger who takes them out of their comfort zone of forced indignation and PC platitudes. Yeah. But let me be clear. Let me be clear. I'm not stepping into the role of angry agitator that they created for us, because it's not what's in my heart. And it is not true to the conservative cause. And in the end, that role is just a bit part in another story of another conservative loss and another liberal victory. That's their plan, and I'm not going to go along with it. Yeah! But I truly fear the president has already succeeded in setting the trap for our party, bringing a new pessimism on the right. Some people on the debate stage talked of a country that was once great, but now is in dramatic decline. They say our best days are behind us. Look, let's be clear. Let's be clear. I acknowledge the difficulties and challenges we face, but I reject that kind of thinking. Not because I don't understand it, but because it is not true. There's an important place in politics for righteous indignation. But anger that leads to resentment without delivering results will take us down a path to perdition.
All right, guys, we're going to cut out of this now. We're actually going to go back live. We're going to look at the ADOT cam. As you know, at the top of the show, actually even before we were regularly scheduled to start, there was a tanker fire around 8:30, 8:45 that we were covering extensively on Interstate 10 westbound near the US 60. As you can see, they are still cleaning up the mess there. The freeway is still closed as a result. I'm going to go ahead and show you this for a few minutes. Meanwhile, Mike will be stepping in and taking you guys from 11 to 1. So enjoy your show with him, and I'll be back with you guys at 1 p.m.
All right, everybody. It's Monday. It's 10 minutes after 11. My name is Mike Page. Happy to be here with you. And really big story. First story. Did you feel it? The earthquake yesterday. As I should say, the earthquakes. I just felt the one at 11:30, and I woke up and I was like, "Is this happening?" Shaking. Couldn't believe it. That was weird. That was the first earthquake I was a part of. So happy that it was here in Arizona, right? Everyone's saying hi. Everyone's going great. Hope everyone had a great and safe and fun Halloween. Hopefully there's still lots and lots of chocolate left over and that you could partake in this week. And yes, yeah, Robert was right, and we'll talk about that. I remember I picked the Mets to win it in 6, and the Royals got it done in 5. So congrats on Robert there in the chat for making that a great pick. You nailed it. Do want to show you our top headlines right now. That includes, obviously, the earthquake. So here it is, our coverage. Let me just get this squared away for you guys. Here we go.
Boom. Talking about the overnight earthquakes, not 1 or 2, but 3, and all of them were up in the Black Canyon City area. I got the fly-through view all lined up for you this morning. So let me just take you, for example, if you drive right up the I-17, say from that Anthem area, you're going to get right up into Black Canyon City, all right? And right in this area is where you can go up the hill, the famous Black Canyon City Hill. So let's go out along the riverbed here, just a little bit more into this area right here, and you can see what is going on. The first one hit at about 9 p.m. That's that one right there, 8:59 p.m. It was a 3.2. Then the second one happened about 2 hours later. Let me click on that one at 11:29 p.m. That was the biggest of the 3. It was a 4.1, and it was just down the road a little ways further. The third one actually hit closer into Black Canyon City, really kind of right in this area. That was number 3, and as you can see, just a little bit off the freeway there, right in this area where there are plenty of homes on the northern edge, and that was a 4.0. Thing is, there are a lot of folks in the valley who felt it. Take a look at this map from the USGS, the United States Geological Survey, and I'll show it to you right here. This next map shows how far the strongest quake was felt. A little bit north of Sedona, the light blue map, we'll get it for you just a little bit later on this morning. But there was plenty of chatter about the folks who felt the earthquake on our social media pages. Let me show you. Here's some video that was sent into the FOX10 Facebook page overnight. Kirk Snow showing his chandelier swaying back and forth when he felt this thing there, a little northern edges of the valley up around Carefree Highway. Be sure to just hop onto our Facebook page and share those videos with us on our FOX10 Facebook page. You can also just hashtag on any social media, Phoenix Quake. The FOX10 newsroom got a lot of calls after the quake hit. A lot of people telling us about the big scare, including Marlene Easton. Marlene's been through this before, and she has a very descriptive way of helping you understand what it's like.
I've been in earthquakes before, and this one shook the whole house and was a boom noise, the kind of a lasting boom, not just a boom, but a boom. And the second one rattled things on the walls and left the house vibrating for a while, for several minutes, shaking. And this last one, they seem to be getting closer.
On average, Arizona has 29 quakes a year. Most are very small. Here's some of the more recent ones, though. In November of last year, a 4.7 hit near Sedona.
In June of last year, 5 earthquakes hit along the Arizona-New Mexico border, ranging from a 3.4 to a 5.2. And in 2005, a 5.3 hit near Flagstaff and could be felt in parts of the valley. The largest quake in Arizona history was a 5.6 quake. And on the map, you can see where that one was. July 21st, 1959, centered near Fredonia, which is out there just south of the town of Kanab, Utah. Buildings damaged. There were a lot of broken windows. Dishes fell. A rock slide at Mather Point at the Grand Canyon was blamed on that quake. Now, Courtney Griffin is live in Black Canyon City, where a lot of folks were shaken up out of bed. She'll join us in a few minutes with more earthquake coverage. Developing this morning out of Scottsdale, 5 people hurt in a crash last night involving an ambulance. Police say the black car didn't stop for a light. And then chain reaction. This is Hayden and Cactus. That car hits the white car, which you see all mangled up right there. Now, police believe the first driver may have been drunk or on drugs or some sort of stimulant. Phoenix police this morning looking for whoever shot a man to death at a Halloween party. A lot of people at this party at 67th Avenue in Van Buren. A fight breaks out. When the officers get there, they find a man shot dead. Too late to even get him to the hospital. A teenage boy was also shot but survived. No arrests to announce yet. Who was the killer who showed up at that Halloween party with a gun? Vandals strike a neighborhood in North Phoenix. A pumpkin thrown right into a car windshield. Look at the damage done to the back of that car. I mean, that is shocking. Fox 10 viewer Michael Obar sent us these pictures. 24th place in Mountain View near the North Mountain Preserve.
All right, and that is some of your local headlines there, including the earthquake coverage there. Awesome stuff. We'll also be talking about a horrible story out in Texas. A mother poisons her children. I'll have the story on that coming right up, and then we can look forward to the Chipotle E. coli outbreak in Washington and Oregon. So that's something. Chipotle voluntarily closed in more than 40 stores. And we'll have a 2016 presidential update for you, as well as talk a little bit more about that big Royal win. First time in 30 years, the Royals take the World Series in 5 games. So we'll have a little bit more on that. But I do want to show you this story with a mother poisoning her children.
Arrest affidavit lays out the heart-wrenching details. A Dallas mother, according to police, forced her own son to eat ant poison to try to kill him. Inside this apartment, one can only imagine the terror felt by 3 young children. Their mother, 31-year-old Pa apparently had a plan. Her children, ages 12, 7, and 4, would later tell investigators what happened next. According to the arrest affidavit, their mother loaded ant poison on a spoon, added water, and then forced the youngest child to drink it. The children go on to say the 4-year-old did not want to drink it and was holding his mouth closed, so his mother slapped his brother on the cheek, and when he started crying, she put the spoon in his mouth. Then, behind these window blinds, she dished out more poison, according to investigators. They say she tried to coax one of her other kids to take a cupful of poison, but the child refused.
I can't believe that the mother can give a poison to her kids, I can't believe it.
At this point, no one knows what may have allegedly driven the mother to attempt to poison her children. According to the arrest affidavit, the mother told her kids early Saturday that she had a plan. She was going to kill them, then kill herself. Neighbors say she must have struggled with mental illness.
The mother wouldn't do that if he is normal.
Now, neighbors say the children's father also lived at the apartment but often worked outside the home. The mother, meanwhile, remains behind bars at the Dallas County Jail on a $500,000 bond.
Wow, horrible, horrible story there out of Texas. Jeez. That lady, horrible story when you hear kind of stories like that. All right, Chipotle. Latest on Chipotle with E. coli.
Chipotle is temporarily closing all of its restaurants in the Seattle and Portland, Oregon areas due to a reported E. coli outbreak. The decision, which affects 43 locations, comes after health officials announced more than 20 people have been sickened by the bacteria.
Most of the cases are associated with the restaurant Chipotle, but at this point in time, not all cases have eaten at Chipotle.
The exact source of the contamination hasn't been determined, but officials say they expect the number of cases to rise as more people learn about the outbreak and go to get checked out.
I think we need to be more in detail what's going on, because they just had this little note saying that we're temporarily closed and will be open as soon as possible.
Chipotle releasing a statement reading in part, quote, "The safety and well-being of our customers is always our highest priority. We offer our deepest sympathies to those who have been affected by this situation." Meantime, health officials say the last case was reported a week ago, so it's possible the risk period has passed.
We certainly expect that people can still become ill even if the risk is no longer present, because the incubation period can be up to 10 days.
E. coli infections are usually not life-threatening, but the bacteria can cause severe stomach cramps, vomiting, and diarrhea.
A significant proportion of patients have been hospitalized, which should remind us all that E. coli is a potentially serious infection.
Chipotle has not made plans to close any of its restaurants outside of Washington and Oregon, saying there is no evidence of a link to other locations. Kelly Wright, Fox News.
Representatives from more than a dozen Republican presidential campaigns met just outside of Washington Sunday night in an effort to exert more control over future debates in the wake of last week's CNBC debate, which the candidates have panned for gotcha questions, liberal bias, and arbitrary enforcement of the debate rules.
No one likes being asked gotcha questions that are outside the rules of the debate.
Some of the requested changes will be listed in a forthcoming letter to the networks from the campaigns. They include limiting the debate to 2 hours, giving each candidate equal time to answer an equal number of questions, control over the graphics that appear on screen, and some even wanted to control the room temperature.
The information flow has not been nearly what it's been in past years. Campaigns have been able, should be able to get information about the details of the debate far sooner than they have so far this cycle.
RNC Chairman Reince Priebus sent a letter to NBC last week putting its debate in February on hold in the wake of the CNBC debate controversies. Trump and Carson have threatened to boycott some if changes aren't made, but all the candidates will attend the upcoming FBN debate next week in Milwaukee. Some say debating debates is really not presidential.
Stop complaining. You know, do me a favor, set up a stage, put podiums up there, and let's just go.
Networks that host debates are under no obligation to adopt any of the changes coming out of Sunday's meeting, but if they don't, some of the candidates could boycott, which serves no purpose for the networks or the candidates. In Washington, Carl Cameron, Fox News.
All right, the very latest on the 2016 happenings. Happy to be here with you, everybody. My name's Mike Page. We're going to show you this Jeb Bush event while I get some other news headlines to talk about on the other side of that. So coming up also, President Obama at Rutgers. That'll be coming up. He's going to be making some remarks there. We will take it live, as we always do on FOX10 News Now. But here we go with this Jeb Bush event.
What are you going to do about it? So I called up the poor city manager from Delray Beach or one of these towns, and I said, you have an elderly person that's got a raccoon in her attic. What are you going to do about it? And by noon, that raccoon was out because we did have a servant's heart in Tallahassee. We got our team right on it each and every day when people had problems. And they always, Floridians always gave me their opinions. Man, they did not hold back. So I listened, and I did try to answer every email. It wasn't something I could have predicted at the start of my time in office, but this 8-year conversation with Florida shaped my governorship. So in writing my book, I used my email exchanges to tell the Florida story, to tell about the work to turn one of America's largest states into an economic engine where people could live, work, and raise their family in safety and security. With the huge promise for the future and free from the heavy hand of government. That's what my book is about. And here's my shameless plug. The book is called Reply All. It's out today. You can get it on Amazon.com. It's pretty cheap. I hope you enjoy it. Go Going back and rereading these emails reminded me of the challenges we tackled together and how much can be accomplished with strong conservative leadership. That is why I'm running for the presidency of the United States of America. You see, America's in a time of testing, at home and abroad. People are frustrated. People are worried about what the future holds for our nation. And I share that sentiment with them. Our economy has suffered its slowest recovery since the Great Depression. 1 in 10 able-bodied Americans can't find full-time work or have given up altogether. 1 in 7 Americans lives in poverty. 1 in 5 children is on food stamps. Barack Obama has given us $2 trillion of new taxes, but still managed to grow the national debt by $8 trillion, placing the moral burden on working families and the next generation. The world is in turmoil as America withdraws from its responsibilities. ISIS has a caliphate the size of Indiana. In Syria and Iraq, they are indiscriminately killing moderate Muslims, Christians, Western journalists, anyone who stands in the way of their fanatic ideology. Red lines get crossed without consequence, unleashing a humanitarian crisis as 4 million Syrian refugees flee their native land. Vladimir Putin is siding with the brutal Syrian dictator, sending weapons to Iran, and continuing to defy the Western world in Ukraine. All the while, our president has negotiated an agreement that gives legitimacy to Tehran and does nothing to curb Iran's nuclear ambitions. For the first time in the history of Israel, its greatest existential threat has been created by its greatest ally. The 2016 election arrives at the juncture of all our failures abroad and restlessness at home. And soon, Americans will once again enter a time for choosing, a chance to set a new course for the country. As you may have heard, last week I was in Colorado for the 3rd Republican debate. If you watched the debate, you probably came away thinking that the election's about sound bites, or fantasy football, or which candidate can interrupt the loudest. I'm here to tell you it is not. This election is not about a set of personalities. It's about a set of principles. It's about leadership. It's about the right vision to lead America through turbulent waters after 2 terms of a divider-in-chief who has sliced and diced the electorate by class, income, grievance, and creed. So the choice we face is whether to summon the courage to give rise to a new era of possibility or indulge this new age of cynicism. For all his promise, perhaps President Obama's greatest accomplishment is that of creating competing pessimisms. Members of his own party are left explaining how 2% growth, massive debt, and increasing global isolation are really the best that we can do. They speak in delusional terms about containing ISIS, about trusting the world's largest state sponsor of terrorism, about how the presence of Russian soldiers on Syrian soil doesn't underscore the president's empty words and total inaction. It's not working. And all President Obama has left is the politics of divide and conquer, signing lawless executive orders that ignore the Constitution and launching partisan attacks, such as comparing his critics to Iranian hardliners. Wow. Amazing. Americans have had enough of our many president straw man arguments and of a front-running candidate who blames a vast right-wing conspiracy instead of taking personal responsibility. And who declares roughly half the country as her enemy. If Secretary Clinton has her way, The next 4 years will be like the last 8. Gridlock, grievance, division, demonization. This is the only way they know how to win. On the issue of immigration, they've written a script for Republicans filled with grievance and resentment. Frankly, the last thing they want is a Republican challenger who takes them out of their comfort zone of forced indignation and PC platitudes. But let me be clear, I'm not stepping into the role of angry agitator that they created for us, because it's not what's in my heart. And it is not true to the conservative cause. And in the end, that role is just a bit part in another story of another conservative loss and another liberal victory. That's their plan, and I'm not going to go along with it. But I truly fear the president has already succeeded in setting the trap for our party, bringing a new pessimism on the right. Some people on the debate stage talked of a country that was once great, but now is in dramatic decline. They say our best days are behind us. Look, let's be clear. Let's be clear. I acknowledge the difficulties and challenges we face, but I reject that kind of thinking. Not because I don't understand it, but because it is not true. There's an important place in politics for righteous indignation. But anger that leads to resentment without delivering results will take us down a path to perdition. In my heart, I believe America's best days are not behind us, but squarely in front of us. If we elect the right leadership. And as your president, I will fight every day with a reformer's heart. I will lead, and I will tear down the barriers that keep Americans from rising up and realizing their God-given potential. I will do so keenly aware of the problems that give rise to the deep frustration all of us share. Frustration over a porous border, workers' wages remaining stagnant, an ever-shrinking pie for families living paycheck to paycheck. This won't be solved with more talk. The answer isn't sending someone from one side of the capital city to the other. The solution won't be found in someone who has never demonstrated the capacity to implement conservative ideas. And you can't just tell Congress, you're fired, and go to commercial break. You have to bring people together to solve problems. The challenges we face as a nation are too great to roll the dice on another presidential experiment, to trust the rhetoric of reform over a record of reform. After 7 years of incompetence, corruption, and gridlock in Washington, we need a president who can fix it. After 7 years of historic cuts to our military, a foreign policy based on leading from behind, the emboldening of our enemies, and the isolation of our allies, we need a president who fixes America's standing abroad. I can fix it. After 7 years of massive deficits, historic debt, and a president who vetoes defense spending because he wants more reckless spending, we need a president who fixes our budgetary mess. I can fix it. I know I can fix it because I've done it. We showed how strong hands-on leadership could make a difference in the lives of people. I gave out my email address because I wanted Floridians to know that their governor cared about them and wanted to help solve their problems. I remember emailing with an honor student named Kirsty Edwards, who couldn't pass the FCAT to graduate because of her disability. We listened and changed the law so Kirsty could get her high school diploma and go on to graduate from college. I remember emailing with single moms like Tina Calloway, who needed help collecting child support from absent fathers. Their calls for assistance motivated us to increase child support collection by 90% during my time as governor. And I remember emailing with the teachers like Aline Miller, who joined our cause of improving schools, even though their union pressured them to fight us every step along the way. And guess what? We took them on and we won. I went to Tallahassee as an agent of change. I turned the political culture of Tallahassee upside down. And I'm putting the Beltway on notice. I'll turn Washington, D.C. upside down too. We took on the education establishment to make Florida a national leader in parental choice and school accountability. We took on the public employee union to shrink the size of the state bureaucracy by 11%. We took on trial lawyers to rein in frivolous lawsuits to make our business climate more conducive to small business growth, and we led the nation in small business creation. We took on big spending politicians from both parties to balance 8 budgets, cut taxes 8 years in a row, totaling $19 billion. And by the way, I vetoed 2,500 separate line items in the budget, saving the taxpayers $2 billion. My good friend and the former Speaker of the House, John Thrasher, reacted to all this by calling me Vito Corleone. Apparently that wasn't meant as a term of endearment at the time. But I'll tell you what, I wear it as a badge of honor today because conservatives need to believe in limited government. Just because we're in power doesn't mean that we get our chance to be at the trough. A committed conservative is one that limits government's power and spreads government power back to the people. That's what we need to do in Washington, D.C. The story of my governorship was one of using conservative principles each and every day, consistently and constantly, to provide people with opportunity to improve their lives. I govern on the premise that there are no second-class citizens, no second-rate dreams. In America, every citizen is an asset. Every life matters. And every American. Has the right to rise to their God-given potential. Amen. If you want a president who maintains the status quo, I'm not your guy. Yeah. But if you want fundamental conservative reform that can be found in the rhetoric, record, not the rhetoric, then I ask for your support. Our times are difficult, but not nearly as difficult as what Lincoln faced when he took office, or what FDR faced on December 8, 1941. We have long been blessed with a benevolent presidency. Leaders who turned both our highest hopes and worst fears into dramatic, lasting change that left the world a better place. Leaders who held the nation's highest office with humility, who went on bended knee before God, asking His help in carrying out orders that would determine the fate of millions. It was Lincoln who spoke at his second inauguration, a few weeks before the end of the war, soothing words of healing and hope, with malice toward none, with charity for all, with firmness in the right, as God gives us to see the right. Let us strive on to finish the work we are in. If Lincoln were alive today, imagine the foolishness he would have to suffer. Think about it. Advisors telling him to shave his beard. Cable pundits telling him to lose the top hat. Opposition researchers calling him a 5-time loser before he was 50. I've gotten a lot of advice lately myself. More than enough, thank you. Some is stylistic. Take off the suit coat. Ditch the glasses. Get rid of the purple striped tie. I like the tie. I like this tie. It only costs $20. Some advice is more strategic. Nail that zinger. Be angrier. Hide your inner wonk. But I've learned two important things from my time serving as your governor. One, I can't be something I'm not. And two, getting things done isn't about yelling into a camera or regurgitating sound bites free of substance. The campaign trail is littered with candidates disguised as television critics. Politicians echoing poll-tested pablum. But leadership is something far different. It's about telling people what they want to hear, not what they want to hear, but what they must hear. It's not about saying the right thing, but doing the right thing. It's not about tearing people down, but bringing people together. I will do everything in my power to win this race, but there's some things I'm not willing to do. I will not compromise on my principles. I will not trade in an optimistic outlook to put on the cloak of an angry agitator. And I will not make anyone feel small so I can feel big. Americans are looking for a president, not a pundit, a leader, not a protester. Amen. For 7.5 years, we've been led by a cynic-in-chief. It's time we elected a commander-in-chief. A president who knows leadership involves summoning the will and creativity to solve tomorrow's challenges and take advantage of the great opportunities that are at our doorstep. I'm running this campaign on my own terms. And let me tell you something, when the dust clears and the delegates are counted, we're going to win this campaign. Yeah! Optimistic and inclusive. I will win appealing to our better angels, not to our greatest fears. And I will win with a message that welcomes all and includes all, because I will be a president who fights for all. Join me in this journey. Fight with me as we work to fundamentally change the culture of Washington. Let us seek to redeem the promise of a fledgling republic formed well over 200 years ago. A land full of endless promise and limitless possibility for all so blessed to be called Americans. The future is in our hands. Let us seize it together with faith, hope, and trust in ourselves, in one another, in the God who made us and guides us. Thank you all very much. God bless America. Let's go win.
All right, and you can see that was the Jeb Bush rally, and you could just tell that he's trying to. This is like the last-ditch effort for Jeb Bush. He's trying to retool his campaign there, and you could see he had a little bit more fire in his speech, and he understandably so, because he knows that this could be his last shot to try to gain some momentum. So that's the very latest with Jeb Bush there. Do want to show you what we have planned here for you. It's coming up on 11:45 on a Monday afternoon here. Happy to be here with you today. going to talk about the Royals now, because boy, did they took it in 5. And what was amazing about all 4 of the Mets' losses, they were up in the game, and they gave up the lead every time that they lost there. So, wow. Congrats to the Royals, 30 years, and they are back as World Series champions. Awesome. Awesome for Kansas City and the whole state of Missouri and Kansas for that point, since they're right on the border there of Kansas and Missouri there. But it was truly it was a good game there, especially, to go up, what did they put up, 5 runs there? 5 runs just to blow it wide open, win 7-2. They tie it in the 9th. Really good stuff there. That's what makes October baseball so good. I've been telling you guys that, and now we got to wait all the way. Well, we don't have to wait for baseball that long because we live in Arizona, so we get it in March with spring training. But that, I could use a little baseball break. It's just the season is just so long. You figure it's 162 games regular season, then you got postseason. I mean, it wraps up in November. I mean, that is a whole season. I could go. I'm good with a little baseball break now, especially now the Cardinals are still doing great. Ale says, "Hey Mike, what about those Cardinals picking up a nice comeback win?" Yeah, I checked it. I checked the game out when they were down. What was it? Were they down like 20-3 or was it 20-7? They were down, one of that. And I came out, I was like, wow, they're losing right now. But then they came back, put it up. Real nice win for them. Got them some momentum as they head into that bye week. Get a rest there. So that was a big win that they needed to accomplish there. And we saw Seattle. They won yesterday 13-12. What a low-scoring game that was with Dallas. So, yeah, it was 27 then, I guess, when I came on and saw that. So they were down by 13, but they fired right back up. They looked dead the first half. The Cardinals just looked dead, but definitely picked up the pace in that second half. I want to know what was said during halftime with the coach. I could just imagine, right? Just screaming at him, "Come on, guys, get in the game. Let's go. You're playing Cleveland. No offense to Cleveland, but they just don't have it going." So that is interesting. And how about the Sunday night football game then, too? You figure Green Bay, Aaron Rodgers just getting shut down in Denver. What did he have, 77 total passing yards for Aaron Rodgers? That's a Sunday shutdown beatdown, if you think about it right there. That's crazy. I do want to show you now some of the top stories, though, that we got, and we're still talking about the earthquake from yesterday. Let me know if you guys felt it. It was a good one, but here's the update.
1 or 2, but 3, and all of them were up in the Black Canyon City area. I got the fly-through view all lined up for you this morning. So let me just take you, for example, if you drive right up the I-17, say from that Anthem area, you're going to get it right up into Black Canyon City, all right? And right in this area is where you can go up the hill, the famous Black Canyon City Hill. So let's go out along the riverbed here, just a little bit more into this area right here, and you can see what is going on. The first one hit at about 9 p.m. That's that one right there, 8:59 p.m. It was a 3.2. Then the second one happened about 2 hours later. Let me click on that one at 11:29 p.m. That was the biggest of the 3. It was a 4.1, and it was just down the road a little ways further. The third one actually hit closer into Black Canyon City, really kind of right in this area. That was number 3, and as you can see, just a little bit off the freeway there, right in this area where there are plenty of homes on the northern edge, and that was a 4.0. Thing is, there are a lot of folks in the valley who felt it. Take a look at this map from the USGS, the United States Geological Survey, and I'll show it to you right here. This next map shows how far the strongest quake was felt. A little bit north of Sedona, the light blue map, we'll get it for you just a little bit later on this morning. But there was plenty of chatter about the folks who felt the earthquake on our social media pages. Let me show you. Here's some video that was sent into the FOX10 Facebook page overnight. Kirk Snow showing his chandelier swaying back and forth when he felt this thing there, a little northern edges of the valley up around Carefree Highway. Be sure to just hop onto our Facebook page and share those videos with us on our FOX10 Facebook page. You can also just hashtag on any social media, Phoenix Quake. The FOX10 newsroom got a lot of calls after the quake hit. A lot of people telling us about the big scare, including Marlene Easton. Marlene's been through this before, and she has a very descriptive way of helping you understand what it's like.
I've been in earthquakes before, and this one shook the whole house and was a boom noise, the kind of a lasting boom, not just a boom, but a boom. And the second one rattled things on the walls and left the house vibrating for a while, for several minutes, shaking. And this last one, they seem to be getting closer.
On average, Arizona has 29 quakes a year. Most are very small. Here's some of the more recent ones, though. In November of last year, a 4.7 hit near Sedona. In June of last year, 5 earthquakes hit along the Arizona-New Mexico border, ranging from a 3.4 to a 5.2. And in 2005, a 5.3 hit near Flagstaff and could be felt in parts of the valley. The largest quake in Arizona history was a 5.6 quake. And on the map, you can see where that one was. July 21st, 1959, centered near Fredonia, which is out there just south of the town of Kanab, Utah. Buildings damaged. There were a lot of broken windows. Dishes fell. A rock slide at Mather Point at the Grand Canyon was blamed on that quake. Now, Courtney Griffin is live in Black Canyon City, where a lot of folks were shaken up out of bed. She'll join us in a few minutes with more earthquake coverage. Developing this morning out of Scottsdale, 5 people hurt in a crash last night involving an ambulance. Police say the black car didn't stop for a light. And then chain reaction. This is Hayden and Cactus. That car hits the white car, which you see all mangled up right there. Now, police believe the first driver may have been drunk or on drugs or some sort of stimulant. Phoenix police this morning looking for whoever shot a man to death at a Halloween party. A lot of people at this party at 67th Avenue in Van Buren. A fight breaks out. When the officers get there, they find a man shot, dead. Too late to even get him to the hospital. A teenage boy was also shot but survived. No arrests to announce yet. Who was the killer who showed up at that Halloween party with a gun? Vandals strike a neighborhood in North Phoenix. A pumpkin thrown right into a car windshield. Look at the damage done to the back of that car. I mean, that is shocking. Fox 10 viewer Michael Obar sent us these pictures. 24th place in Mountain View near the North Mountain Preserve.
Oh, right there. There we go. We are back. And there is your headlines, including the earthquake. And then what a crummy story. Somebody has to wake up to see a pumpkin smashed in their car. Come on, people. Don't do that. It's not fun, and it's not nice to wake up to something like that. Hey, everybody. Coming up on noon here, in the next hour, we're going to see President Obama arriving Newark, New Jersey. He's going to be there. He's going to highlight the re-entry process of formerly incarcerated individuals who are working to put their lives back on track and earn their second chance. He will be joined by Senator Booker and Mayor Baraka. The president will visit a residential facility, Integrity House, and later convene a roundtable discussion at Rutgers University Newark Center for Law and Justice, where he will deliver a statement there. So that's coming up all this afternoon right here on Fox 10 News Now. Do want to show you what our 10-day looks like, and it's shaping up to be just we are really now in the clear here. This is when it's just looking beautiful for this 10-day here. Going to be 86 today, and then tomorrow we're going to drop down to 74 for a high. Friday looks absolutely gorgeous with sunny skies and 75 degrees, and then the next week just looks amazing as well. Look at those lows, 52, 53. Man, those are really great lows, and this is exactly why we live here in Arizona. Take a look now live at the stock exchange at the Dow, and it's up. Looking great right now, up 100 points. So that is great. Great news all around, everybody. Back to me, and I do have some other stories to share with you guys, including over the weekend, Fred Thompson passed away. Here's the latest.
Fred Thompson has worn many hats: lawyer, actor.
No deals, Casey. Do your job. Prosecute the crime.
Senator, presidential candidate.
It's about the future of our country.
In his new book, Teaching the Pig to Dance, Thompson recounts his colorful and admittedly lucky life. Growing up in Lawrenceburg, Tennessee, Thompson was raised by hardworking, middle-class parents. After becoming the first in his family to graduate college, Thompson went on to law school, and despite protests from his mother, he became a lawyer. Soon after, Thompson started his political career, becoming Tennessee Republican Senator Howard Baker's campaign manager during his 1972 re-election campaign. He was then appointed minority counsel to assist Republican senators on the Senate Watergate Committee. In 1977, Thompson made headlines when he filed a wrongful termination suit against Democratic Governor Ray Blanton. Now, Thompson helped expose the cash for clemency scheme that eventually led to Blanton's removal from office. The case became the plot of a novel which eventually was made into a movie. When the director cast Thompson to play himself, thus began the start of his long acting career. In 1994, Thompson was elected to finish the remaining 2 years of Al Gore's U.S. Senate term and was re-elected 2 years later. In 2007, Thompson threw his hat into the ring for the presidency, but withdrew after a tough primary race in 2008. Although Thompson admits he is lucky, he says it's the foundation that his parents and a small Tennessee town provided that truly set him up for success.
It's actually very exciting for a game inventor like myself.
UNLV senior Fujian Nguyen debuting his new casino table game at Red Rock Resort.
My game is Showpai. It's an Asian-themed game that combines the scoring of Baccarat with the play style of Pai Gow poker.
Nguyen created one of 5 games being debuted at station casinos to high rollers and executives in the showcase who get to preview the fun and provide feedback. Some of the other games, Casino Battle, a version of the card game War, and Even the Odds, a version of Blackjack. They were all developed by students at the UNLV Center for Gaming Innovation, and a lot goes into it.
I think one of the hardest things for my game at first was the mathematics for the game and trying to figure out the house advantage.
A year or less ago, in some cases, they were a germ in somebody's head, and there are now games either already approved or in the approval process in Nevada and other jurisdictions.
The center is in its 3rd year now and is supported through a grant from the Governor's Knowledge Fund. Each year, 25 students take part in the program, which is central to Nevada's effort to strengthen Las Vegas's role as the intellectual capital for global gaming.
It's just a great opportunity for the kids to be engaged with really the giants of game design. And the opportunity to move Nevada forward.
One of the new games, Super 3 Card, a fast-paced poker game, is already approved in Nevada, California, and Washington. Nguyen hopes his game will make it big, too.
Today, I'm getting a field trial place at Palace Station, and I'm hoping it'll draw a crowd and people will start playing it to get more feedback on the actual game.
That's a cool story there, yeah. Don't gamble, just invent the game. How cool is that? To invent an actual casino game, and if it takes off, wow, you don't have to gamble anymore. You just get that money coming in through the probably the licensing of that game at a casino there. So cool story there. College students in Nevada inventing some new games for people to enjoy at the tables at the casino. Cool story there. I like that. Here's another cool story here.
Today's tech-savvy kids can't seem to keep their eyes off the screen. So how much is too much? A new survey by the American Academy of Pediatrics says of just 350 children, they found 75% of them under the age of 5 use mobile devices like iPhones and iPads without any supervision.
20 years ago, we all worried that we were just parking them in front of televisions, letting televisions educate them.
Talk about being left to your own devices. Nearly a quarter of parents said they left children with smartphones or tablets at bedtime, despite the widespread findings that bright screens disrupt sleep patterns.
My kids, they have to read books, hard books, no reader, nothing. That's how you go to sleep.
The American Academy of Pediatrics recommends time limits when it comes to toddlers and tech. It says parents should opt for unplugged play ahead of any electronic option. For more on this and all your top business stories, find Fox Business using the channel finder on foxbusiness.com. In New York, I'm...
All right, it is now 12 o'clock on the dot. Happy to be here with you, and happy Monday afternoon, everybody. It's getting off to a great start. Hope everyone had a great Halloween weekend. Hope you were able to give out that candy and chocolate to kids, and maybe, hopefully, you got a couple left over for yourself that you can enjoy this week. It's hard to imagine, everyone, that it is already November. I can't believe how fast this year has truly, truly gone. As I put up my top 5 here, when you think about it, the year just flies by. Hard to imagine this year we had the Super Bowl here in Arizona happening in February, and a lot of the festivities happening at the end of January, and now look at it. We're almost a year away. Year ago from that, almost. But it's November. He asked, are you looking forward to the weather changes? Absolutely loving it. I'm taking advantage of it already here as I run Monday, Wednesday, and Fridays in the morning. Love that nice, cool run. It's a great way to get your body flowing, get your ideas and thoughts that you want for the day, and you already got a good leg up on the day then if you could get out there and do that. Rachel, my Halloween was awesome. Went to a party and was Clark Kent, so really great stuff there. So it was a great Halloween weekend. I wish everyone else had a good one. Oh, we just have a... Yeah, there you go. Ale? Thank you. Yeah, Rachel, you gotta love the weather in the morning there. So, I like it. Yeah, it's great. Here's what we got going on for our top 5. AZ earthquakes. Everyone's still talking about it. People lit up social media, as you can imagine. Then the sad story out in Texas. Mother poisons her children. Give you the story on there. I know a lot of people have been talking about that story there in the chat room when we did. Yeah, no coffee. I'll sometimes have a an iced coffee, but that's every once in a blue moon, you know. Yeah, Rachel, I was Clark Kent. Yep, that's what I was for Halloween. And still people are talking about that Chipotle E. coli outbreak out in Washington and Oregon. Scary stuff there. I'll show you now the remnants of that crash on the I-10. Remember, that was the tanker fire, and you could still see the tanker on the side of the road there, but at least traffic now is flowing. That's a really, really great way. At least we know that traffic is flowing there now. I'll show you now that story that had a lot of people upset here. with the mother that poisoned her children out in Texas. Take a look.
Arrest affidavit lays out the heart-wrenching details. A Dallas mother, according to police, forced her own son to eat ant poison to try to kill him. Inside this apartment, one can only imagine the terror felt by 3 young children. Their mother, 31-year-old Pa apparently had a plan. Her children, ages 12, 7, and 4, would later tell investigators what happened next. According to the arrest affidavit, their mother loaded ant poison on a spoon, added water, and then forced the youngest child to drink it. The children go on to say the 4-year-old did not want to drink it and was holding his mouth closed, so his mother slapped his brother on the cheek, and when he started crying, she put the spoon in his mouth. Then, behind these window blinds, she dished out more poison, according to investigators. They say she tried to coax one of her other kids to take a cupful of poison, but the child refused.
I can't believe that the mother can give a poison to his kids, you know. I can't believe it.
At this point, no one knows what may have allegedly driven the mother to attempt to poison her children. According to the arrest affidavit, the mother told her kids early Saturday that she had a plan. She was going to kill them, then kill herself. Neighbors say she must have struggled with mental illness.
The mother wouldn't do that if he is normal.
Now, neighbors say the children's father also lived at the apartment but often worked outside the home. The mother, meanwhile, remains behind bars at the Dallas County Jail on a $500,000 bond.
Representatives from more than a dozen Republican presidential campaigns met just outside of Washington Sunday night in an effort to exert more control over future debates in the wake of last week's CNBC debate, which the candidates have panned for gotcha questions, liberal bias, and arbitrary enforcement of the debate rules.
No one likes being asked gotcha questions that are outside the rules of the debate.
Some of the requested changes will be listed in a forthcoming letter to the networks from the campaigns. They include limiting the debate to 2 hours, giving each candidate equal time to answer an equal number of questions, control over the graphics that appear on screen, and some even wanted to control the room temperature.
The information flow has not been nearly what it's been in past years. Campaigns have been able, should be able to get information about the details of the debate far sooner than they have so far this cycle.
RNC Chairman Reince Priebus sent a letter to NBC last week putting its debate in February on hold in the wake of the CNBC debate controversies. Trump and Carson have threatened to boycott some if changes aren't made, but all the candidates will attend the upcoming FBN debate next week in Milwaukee. Some say debating debates is really not presidential.
Stop complaining. You know, do me a favor, set up a stage, put podiums up there, and let's just go.
Networks that host debates are under no obligation to adopt any of the changes coming out of Sunday's meeting, but if they don't, some of the candidates could boycott, which serves no purpose for the networks or the candidates.
Chipotle is temporarily closing all of its restaurants in the Seattle and Portland, Oregon areas due to a reported E. coli outbreak. The decision, which affects 43 locations, comes after health officials announced more than 20 people have been sickened by the bacteria.
Most of the cases are associated with the restaurant Chipotle, but at this point in time, not all cases have eaten at Chipotle.
The exact source of the contamination hasn't been determined, but officials say they expect the number of cases to rise as more people learn about the outbreak and go to get checked out.
I think we need to be more in detail what's going on, because they just had this little note saying that we're temporarily closed and will be open as soon as possible.
Chipotle releasing a statement reading in part, quote, "The safety and well-being of our customers is always our highest priority. We offer our deepest sympathies to those who have been affected by this situation." Meantime, health officials say the last case was reported a week ago, so it's possible the risk period has passed.
We certainly expect that people can still become ill even if the risk is no longer present, because the incubation period can be up to 10 days.
E. coli infections are usually not life-threatening, but the bacteria can cause severe stomach cramps, vomiting, and diarrhea.
A significant proportion of patients have been hospitalized, which should remind us all that E. coli is a potentially serious infection.
Chipotle has not made plans to close any of its restaurants outside of Washington and Oregon, saying there is no evidence of a link to other locations. Kelly Wright, Fox News.
Right now we'll take you out to the State Department where they're having their daily briefing, and we'll sit on that for just a little bit as we take them live now.
I'm not sure if there was touching involved. So to go to your point, they were physically escorted out, and then someone turned around and shouted a question. I don't know enough that I can characterize it as that, but we are looking at it.
One question. Is it your view that, I mean, it's my view, having been to many of these and asked lots of questions, that somebody is perfectly within their rights, a reporter, to call a question out at the beginning, in the middle, at the end. You know, that's our job. Does the fact that they were being escorted out and the person called out a question, do you think you're not allowed or not supposed to ask a question on your way out?
Well, the ground rules for a photo spray are pretty well defined. They go in, there's the spray, people are escorted out. I would point out that the secretary on this trip did a number of engagements with the media. Again, I'm not on the ground, so it's hard for me to parse exactly what happened, but I will say we are looking at it.
Okay, I mean, my basic point would be, I think reporters are allowed to call out a question at the beginning, in the middle, or at the end. I mean, freedom of the press is freedom of the press. There's no written contract that says you can ask a question in the first 20 seconds.
Yeah. Point taken. Matt, do you want to follow up again?
Do you think the question was sensitive? That's why she was escorted?
So I would say categorically her removal had nothing to do with the content of the question. We understand it was a logistical issue. Pivoting off that, I would say the secretary raised human rights at every stop of his Central Asian tour. I think you guys have seen the content of the speech that he made today. If not, you'll get that shortly. But he spoke very forcefully about human rights, about the need for the region's government to protect basic human rights in order to strengthen governance, bolster security, and promote economic development. So I would divorce the two, Michelle.
Can we go back to Turkey?
I just want one more on this. So can you, if you're not acknowledging that this was an error, are you at least saying that something like this is not gonna happen again?
I'd like to say it wouldn't, but again, on a lot of these situations, we don't control every variable.
No, and I think that that's understandable. And I think to Michelle's point, I think it's pretty clear to all of us who have actually been in these situations that it is not the content of the question, it's the mere fact of asking the question that can upset or rile host country non-U.S. security. Mm-hmm. The point here is that instead of this wasn't just host country security.
I see your point.
And host country security of a country that has got an abysmal human rights record, according to your own human rights reports, and a member of at least one, maybe more, members of the U.S. delegation, of Secretary Kerry's delegation, were, actively helping in this, and that's the issue here. So, anyway. I guess that.
And who was behind this? The U.S. Diplomatic security, or
it was the end of the photo spray. The press were being escorted out.
But the diplomatic security or the.
Normally we do that joint, and I just want to emphasize it was the end of the spray. They were on their way out the door.
It was joint.
That's how these movements happen.
All right, Turkey. Move on.
Yeah. Turkey.
Turkey.
So, I note that you noted your own concerns about. The pressure and intimidation on journalists in Turkey ahead of the election. Do you concur with the OSCE preliminary view that the conduct of the campaign was unfair because of the media and media access issues?
Well, as I said in my opening statement, they've released a statement of preliminary findings that noted that the election had, voters had choices, but restrictions remained a concern. We understand that a full report from the OSCE will come out later, so we'll wait on that. But we've spoken very forcefully from this podium on our concerns on media freedom in Turkey.
And do you think that the return to single-party rule in Turkey is A, a good thing, and B, will it have any effect, positive, negative, neutral, on U.S.-Turkish cooperation against the Islamic State in Syria?
Well, we look forward to working with whatever new government. We understand the official election results will be released in coming days. We're not going to speculate on the final results. Shortest briefing ever.
Can we go to Yemen for a second?
Of course.
Are you?
One question about Turkey.
Of course.
Thank you. So
then we'll go to Yemen.
the leader of the pro-Kurdish party, HDP, said accused the ruling party of restricting them from campaigning during the election, and he said we cannot say the election was completely free and fair. Can you? What's your response? I know you responded to the OAC report, but
I'm going to stay there. You know, at this stage, we haven't seen the final report of the monitors on the ground. We're going to wait for that. In terms of, you know, parsing the words of individual parties on the ground, that's a Turkish matter. I'm not going to do that.
Thank you.
Matt?
Yemen.
Yeah.
Are you aware of reports that some U.S. contract or some UN contractors for the United Nations, including possibly 2 Americans, were detained or remain detained in Sana'a?
We're aware of those reports due to privacy considerations. I'm not going to comment on them.
Okay, so there are privacy considerations?
Due to privacy considerations, I'm not going to comment on those reports.
Okay, well, that's basically a confirmation that they are Americans, right? Because if they weren't Americans, there would not be any privacy considerations.
I'm going to
Correct?
stay where I am.
Would that be a leap?
It would be that due to privacy considerations, I'm
No,
not
would
going to
it be
comment
a
on
leap
those
if you're saying you can't speak to it because of privacy considerations would not apply to non-Americans? Is that correct?
Privacy considerations in this case preclude me from speaking about these
Privacy
reports.
considerations, just in general, forget about Yemen, do not apply to non-American citizens. Is that correct?
Depends on which case, but in this case, due to privacy considerations, I can't speak to these
Are you
reports.
concerned at all about these reports? The UN seems to be.
You know, I would direct your questions to the UN then.
On Iran and Syria, Iran is threatening to leave Syria talks if unconstructive. Do you have any reaction to that?
So the Secretary has spoken to the importance of having all the stakeholders at the table for these discussions. That's regardless of the very clear differences that remain among those participating. We expect many of those differences will remain, but that does not mean we shouldn't try and resolve the conflict and end the suffering of the Syrian people. I'd note specifically to your question, Iran is among the many stakeholders, and it certainly has, along with Russia, significant interest in the conflict in Syria now. Iran could act in partnership with the international community in respect to Syria. These are decisions for the Iranian leaders to take.
That means you don't care if they leave?
We would like to see a path forward where these stakeholders come around the table and work to take steps to alleviate the suffering of the Syrian people, which is to advance that political dialogue. These, however, are discussions that individual countries need to have. Hi.
Iraq.
You spoke last week of being aware of reports, but do you have any further information about an Iranian American being detained in Iran?
So I'm aware of reports. You know, privacy considerations prevent me from discussing more on that. What we would say that we are concerned about all Americans detained in Iran. They need to be home for their families.
Do you have a reaction to the trilateral summit between Japan and South Korea and China over the weekend?
We welcome the meetings of the leaders of Japan, the Republic of Korea, and China in Seoul. We support their efforts to improve relations among the 3 countries. We believe strong and constructive relations between South Korea, Japan, and China support regional peace and prosperity, which serves our interests and the interests of the region.
Would you like to see them meet regularly from now on for a year after year?
Those,
This was the
those
first
are
one.
decisions for those three nations to take. Go ahead.
About the Japan-South Korea meeting.
Yes.
After the trilateral, the Japan-South Korea leaders met and they agreed on accelerating talks about the so-called compromise issue to seek early settlement or compromise of the issue.
So we welcome reports that President Park and Prime Minister Abe agreed to accelerate their efforts to resolve this sensitive issue. Again, we'd refer you to the governments of Japan and the Republic of Korea for more information.
I have one question on Nepal.
Of course.
Have you seen reports of violence in Nepal?
We have seen those reports of
What do you think about them?
We are aware of the reports. We're closely following the situation in Nepal. We extend our condolences to the family and loved ones of the deceased. We encourage all Nepalis to continue to engage in the democratic process through peaceful, nonviolent means, and we call on Nepali security forces to exercise appropriate restraint as people exercise their democratic rights. And we continue to urge Nepal's leaders to reach an accommodation that builds the broadest possible support for the Constitution.
One section of Nepal is people who are basically having this agitation feel that the new constitution is not inclusive enough. Do you agree with the assessment?
Okay, well, for internal Nepali politics, I'm going to refer you to the government of Nepal.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Hi, Michael. Welcome back.
Thank you. It's been a while. Do you have any comment on the report that came out, I think, about a week ago about the interpretation of the word spouse regarding refugee visas now includes same-sex partners? And I believe it's from P3 countries, Iraq, Syria, Central America. Do you have any information?
I've seen those reports. Why don't I take that question and we'll get back to you.
Great, thank you.
Okay, thanks.
On the
Michael.
Russian plane crash?
Yep.
I understand that the U.S. has offered to help with the investigation. Have the Russians responded to that request? And what type of assistance are you referring to? What are you offering?
Okay, well, we have offered assistance to the Egyptians. At this stage, we have not received a request to do that.
But not to the Russians? Nothing?
Well, we understand the Egyptians are actually in charge of the crash investigation.
Have you had any communication with Americans, like businesses in the area, over concerns of it might be terrorist related?
Okay, we've seen no indication at this time that that might be the case. But what I would note is that for Americans overseas, we stay in communication through travel.state.gov. In Egypt or in Moscow, in countries around the world, the best way to stay in touch with American embassies overseas is to actually register, get the security alerts, get the information.
Are you concerned about the Islamic State claiming, or one of their subsidiaries, claiming to shoot this down?
Okay, we've seen no reports that would support that. Okay. Of course.
The Russian Defense Ministry says it has investigated allegations of its targeting hospitals in Syria and said that in 5 out of 6 towns that were mentioned in various reports, there were no hospitals. They say there is a hospital only in the settlement of Sarmin, which is in the Idlib province. Last week, John Kirby told us that the U.S. had operational intelligence that Russia had hit a hospital. Which hospital exactly did he mean? Was it the one in Sarmin?
So thank you for the question on that. As Mr. Kirby discussed last.
All right, everybody, we're going to jump out of that because we do have some breaking news to tell you about. This is happening locally here, where there is a building on ASU's campus that is being evacuated right now because of a possible shooting threat that was made online. So I just want to get you the right graphic here that I made. So our chopper is launching right now. Skyfox is launching to the scene at ASU where there was a threat made online, so they are evacuating a building. That's the latest that we do have here right now. Skyfox is launching to ASU to see if any students are being evacuated from the Memorial Union due to a threat. So that is the very latest. I'm just getting info as we speak. So we are going to be waiting for our Skyfox to be launching to the scene. Once they do get to the scene, we will update you guys and show you guys the visuals there. But that's the very latest, and I'll go back now to the State Department briefing. Just wanted to give you guys that update to see when we do have the Skyfox launching, we will break into the State Department briefing again.
Thank you, Matt. Actually, the Russians have hit. Thank you for the
Are they targeting?
No, they've hit. And
okay, so they're not targeting civilian infrastructure?
No, and thank you for that.
Ma'am, well, details are especially relevant. This morning, the Russian Defense Ministry has released images and video of the hospital in Sarmin, which was allegedly hit by Russia. And these images They show the building of the hospital, which doesn't look like it was recently bombed. I printed them out just in case you haven't seen them. I can show them. Can you see why it's important for the U.S. to show its evidence of the alleged destruction of a hospital by Russia?
How about this? I'll take your question. If there's information we can share, we'll get back to you. Okay. I'd be happy to. Thanks.
I thought you might. It's kind of obscure, but a panel on arbitrary detention has investigated and ruled on the question of whether former Malaysian opposition leader Anwar Ibrahim has been arbitrarily detained. They conclude that he has, and in their language, they request that the government release him immediately. Are you aware of this? Have you seen it? Do you think that its claims have, or that their ruling has merit, and that Ibrahim should indeed be released?
So thanks for the question, Rashad. We are deeply concerned by Anwar Ibrahim's detention for what appears to be politically motivated reasons. The decision to prosecute Anwar and his trial have raised serious concerns regarding the rule of law and the independence of the court. Secretary Kerry raised our concerns most recently with Deputy Prime Minister Zahid on his visit to Washington in October. In our discussions with the Malaysian government, we continue to stress fairness, transparency, and rule of law are essential to promote confidence in Malaysia's judicial system and democracy. Yep, Matt.
You know when the first two sentences of that, what you just read, were written? I think they probably could have been written about a decade ago.
So we continue to raise this. As we said, Secretary Kerry just raised this with the Deputy Prime Minister. Sir?
Can we please go back to the trilateral between the two countries in East Asia? My question is actually about the bilateral between China and Japan. And they seem to have agreed to not officially confirm the conversations they had between the two.
And you're looking at me to do that?
Yeah, well, no, it was basically about South China. But my question is if you're concerned that they were not spoken about this South China issue, because I recall that President Obama asked President Park when she was here to be vocal about any Chinese activities that is not legitimate to the international standard.
Okay, so for discussions in between new nations, I'm going to refer you to the two nations involved. We've made our position very clear on South China Sea.
So it doesn't concern you at all?
I'm not going to detail our diplomatic conversations on that, but for conversations between two nations, they should answer that. Sure.
Brett McGurk tweeted that he's now in Iraq, where he would be in Iraq shortly. He mentioned 3 cities where he will be meeting, 2 of them, Erbil, Suleimania, and Baghdad. So can you talk about the meetings that he would have in Suleimania and Erbil? Anything that you have to share with us?
I'm not going to preview his meetings, but we'll see if we can get you a readout after.
Is it related to the Kurdish presidency crisis?
Again, good effort. I'm not going to preview his meetings. If there's anything to read out afterwards, we'll get back to you on that. Hi.
Hi. In an interview earlier today, Iran's Atomic Energy Organization chief stated that Iran had started to implement the nuclear deal and already begun reducing the number of centrifuges. Do you have a response to that?
Sure. All JCPOA participants began making the necessary arrangements and preparations for implementation of their JCPOA commitments on Adoption Day. The specific steps Iran will take are spelled out in detail in the text of the deal. We'll leave it to Iran to manage that process and predict their own timelines. Only upon completion of those steps, as verified by the IAEA, will Iran receive sanctions relief under the JCPOA. That's great. Matt? Okay, Arshad?
Good.
I defer.
No, I'm done.
Hang on 1 second, sorry.
Give me a hint.
It's just the weakness of my memory. Deputy Secretary Blinken this morning said that the United States stood by the 2008 Bucharest NATO statement in which the countries of NATO asserted that Georgia will be a member of NATO. Do you also stand by that statement with regard to Ukraine?
So the alliance, on a consensual basis, invites nations when they are ready and can contribute to security in the North Atlantic area. Any decision
have a
on
great
NATO
day.
membership is for Ukraine and the members to take. I'm not going to speculate on a country's qualification or readiness before that formal application is made.
But he said that Georgia will be. He said that we stand by what we said in 2008. It was 8. Yeah, I looked it up this morning. And the operative paragraph says that both Georgia and Ukraine will be members of NATO. This was hailed as a great victory by the administration at the time. And you've asserted that it is, or you've repeated this morning, that you stand by that vis-a-vis Georgia. Do you stand by it vis-a-vis Ukraine?
Well, again, we're not going to get into Ukraine's readiness. I believe that actually President Poroshenko or Prime Minister Yatsenyuk have spoken to this recently, talking about their readiness to join NATO and prioritizing the reforms that need to take place. Again, NATO's it's a two-way street. Yes, sir.
No, go ahead. I'm just wondering if he didn't mention Ukraine because he was standing next to the Prime Minister of Georgia, not.
Well, no. So your question.
But I'm asking you about Ukraine.
Yes, I don't think
understand. Unless the Prime Minister of Ukraine is in the room, and that
had
causes some squeamishness. But I don't
No. I'm just wondering if he left Ukraine out because there wasn't anyone from Ukraine there.
I'm not going to speculate on the Deputy Secretary's remarks.
Well, then I think Arshad's question is particularly
appropriate. What I would again point to is Ukraine's own comments on that. We're not going to talk about that before formal application is made.
I get it. The reason I'm raising it, though, is that there was significant criticism at the time of the alliance's decision to make an assertion about two countries, stating with certainty that they will become members of the alliance. This was hailed as this great diplomatic success, and here you are 7 years later, and one of the countries you guys say is in the middle of a war against Russian-backed separatists. And I guess what I'm wondering is if you're able to officially acknowledge that maybe Ukraine won't actually be a member of NATO someday.
Well, what I'd say is that the United States stands with NATO on its open door policy. And so when a country is ready and when it takes the steps ready to join the alliance, if it's agreed by all currently 28 members of the alliance, then that'll take place. But that's for individual countries to make. Individual countries have priorities. They would speak to that themselves as well.
What I'm perplexed by is you won't just say, yeah, we stand by it. We don't know when they'll be members, and we don't know whether Crimea will be part of them when they're members. But yes, they will be members, but you're not willing to say that.
Well, I'm not going to get ahead of any process or any formal request.
Can I just, in one of the answer to the first question, you talked about making a judgment about how would-be members can contribute to security in the North Atlantic area. Do you have, off the top of your head, a mileage estimate between Georgia and Ukraine, for that matter, and the North Atlantic?
No.
Yeah?
No.
Are they close?
The greater Euro-Atlantic region.
So
it's like the United States and Canada are members of NATO.
Yeah, but they both border the Atlantic Ocean.
Yeah.
Right? Fair. They both border the North Atlantic Ocean.
I have no mileage estimates for you.
As far as I know, neither Georgia nor Ukraine are anywhere near the Atlantic.
It's a hemisphere issue.
Gotcha.
Thanks.
One question on Syria. Have you set a date and place for the upcoming meeting on Syria?
I don't have travel to announce. As soon as we do, we'll get back to you.
Thanks,
guys.
Thank you.
How was it?
All right there. So that was the State Department briefing here. Hi, everybody. My name is Mike Page. Happy to be here with you. It's about 12:33 on a Monday afternoon, Monday after Halloween. Can't believe we're already into November now, and holidays are creeping on us, and pretty soon, before you know it, we'll ring in 2016, and what a big year that is going to be. 2016, talking about presidential elections, you're talking about the Olympics, you're talking about so much happening in 2016. It's going to be a very, very interesting and fast year. I'm predicting this year just flew by. I think 2016 is just going to fly by just a little bit more. So, wow. We do have Skyfox is up now, and we should be getting images pretty soon. I do want to alert you guys on this story that has been circulating now online, and it's been really trending right now on Twitter. A lot of tweets are happening with ASU. There was a supposed gun threat to one of the buildings. So there was a threat made online. The ASU police put out a tweet saying, "We are aware of unsubstantial social media threats. Does not appear credible. Safety is paramount, and we are investigating." That's from ASU police, saying that was false information. And you could just see the tweets here that have been coming on about this. So a lot of tweets have been happening. We have our Skyfox up right now, heading to the scene. We'll follow this story here for you. Let me just lower down that audio there. So once we get more information, of course, we will bring that to you. But right now, Skyfox is headed to the ASU campus. All right, while the chopper is getting there, let's show you the 10-day here. This is the FOX10 Foxcast here. Okay, we just got another tweet in from ASU police saying no buildings are on lockdown at the Tempe campus. So that is very good news, as it seems like it was a bogus threat.
We're up in the Black Canyon City area. I got the fly-through view all lined up for you this morning. So let me just take you, for example, if you drive right up the I-17, say from that Anthem area, you're going to get it right up into Black Canyon City, all right? And right in this area is where you can go up the hill, the famous Black Canyon City Hill. So let's go out along the riverbed here, just a little bit more into this area right here, and you can see what is going on. The first one hit at about 9 p.m. That's that one right there, 8:59 p.m. It was a 3.2. Then the second one happened about 2 hours later. Let me click on that one at 11:29 p.m. That was the biggest of the three. It was a 4.1, and it was just down the road a little ways further. The third one actually hit closer into Black Canyon City, really kind of right in this area. That was number 3, and as you can see, just a little bit off the freeway there, right in this area where there are plenty of homes on the northern edge, and that was a 4.0. Thing is, there are a lot of folks in the valley who felt it. Take a look at this map from the USGS, the United States Geological Survey, and I'll show it to you right here. This next map shows how far the strongest quake was felt. A little bit north of Sedona, the light blue map, we'll get it for you just a little bit later on this morning. But there was plenty of chatter about the folks who felt the earthquake on our social media pages. Let me show you. Here's some video that was sent into the FOX10 Facebook page overnight. Kirk Snow showing his chandelier swaying back and forth when he felt this thing there, a little northern edges of the valley up around Carefree Highway. Be sure to just hop onto our Facebook page and share those videos with us on our FOX10 Facebook page. You can also just hashtag on any social media, Phoenix Quake. The FOX10 newsroom got a lot of calls after the quake hit. A lot of people telling us about the big scare, including Marlene Easton. Marlene's been through this before, and she has a very descriptive way of helping you understand what it's like.
I've been in earthquakes before, and this one shook the whole house and was a boom noise, but kind of a lasting boom, not just a boom, but a boom. And the second one rattled things on the walls and left the house vibrating for a while, for several minutes, shaking. And this last one, they seem to be getting closer.
On average, Arizona has 29 quakes a year. Most are very small. Here's some of the more recent ones, though. In November of last year, a 4.7 hit near Sedona. In June of last year, 5 earthquakes hit along the Arizona-New Mexico border, ranging from a 3.4 to a 5.2. And in 2005, a 5.3 hit near Flagstaff and could be felt in parts of the valley. The largest quake in Arizona history was a 5.6 quake. And on the map, you can see where that one was. July 21st, 1959, centered near Fredonia, which is out there just south of the town of Kanab, Utah. Buildings damaged. There were a lot of broken windows. Dishes fell. A rock slide at Mather Point at the Grand Canyon was blamed on that quake. Now, Courtney Griffin is live in Black Canyon City, where a lot of folks were shaken up out of bed. She'll join us in a few minutes with more earthquake coverage. Developing this morning out of Scottsdale, 5 people hurt in a crash last night involving an ambulance. Police say the black car didn't stop for a light. And then chain reaction. This is Hayden and Cactus. That car hits the white car, which you see all mangled up right there. Now, police believe the first driver may have been drunk or on drugs or some sort of stimulant. Phoenix police this morning looking for whoever shot a man to death at a Halloween party. A lot of people at this party at 67th Avenue in Van Buren. A fight breaks out. When the officers get there, they find a man shot, dead. Too late to even get him to the hospital. A teenage boy was also shot but survived. No arrests to announce yet. Who was the killer who showed up at that Halloween party with a gun? Vandals strike a neighborhood in North Phoenix. A pumpkin thrown right into a car windshield. Look at the damage done to the back of that car. I mean, that is shocking. Fox 10 viewer Michael Obar sent us these pictures. 24th place in Mountain View near the North Mountain Preserve.
All right, back here with you. We do have Sky Fox now on the scene at ASU. Doesn't look to be too much activity going on there. The story that we're talking about is just a little bit ago there was a threat made online. ASU police putting out no buildings are on lockdown at the Tempe campus. No evacuations, no lockdowns. They just tweeted that once again. About 29 minutes ago, they said, we are aware of unsubstantiated social media threats to ASU in Arizona. It does not appear credible. Safety is paramount. We are investigating. So this is live images of Sky Fox, and it doesn't look like there's too much activity going, which is always a good thing. No news is good news when it comes to these types of stories here. So looks like it was just a bogus threat that was made online. All right, we'll continue to monitor that, though, but it doesn't seem like there's much of a scene there at ASU, which that is good news. Want to show you some other stories here before I go, and I'll be back on at 5, but this one was a cool story today, the casino game made by college students.
Mentor like myself.
UNLV senior Fujian Nguyen debuting his new casino table game at Red Rock Resort.
My game is Shopai. It's an Asian-themed game that combines the scoring of Baccarat with the play style of Pai Gow poker.
Nguyen created one of 5 games being debuted at station casinos to high rollers and executives in the showcase who get to preview the fun and provide feedback. Some of the other games, Casino Battle, a version of the card game War, and Even the Odds, a version of Blackjack. They were all developed by students at the UNLV Center for Gaming Innovation, and a lot goes into it.
I think one of the hardest things for my game at first was the mathematics for the game and trying to figure out the house advantage.
A year or less ago, in some cases, they were a germ in somebody's head, and there are now games either already approved or in the approval process in Nevada and other jurisdictions.
The center is in its 3rd year now and is supported through a grant from the Governor's Knowledge Fund. Each year, 25 students take part in the program, which is central to Nevada's effort to strengthen Las Vegas's role as the intellectual capital for global gaming.
It's just a great opportunity for the kids to be engaged with really the giants of game design. And the opportunity to move Nevada forward.
One of the new games, Super 3 Card, a fast-paced poker game, is already approved in Nevada, California, and Washington. Nguyen hopes his game will make it big, too.
Today, I'm getting a field trial place at Palace Station, and I'm hoping it'll draw a crowd and people will start playing it to get more feedback from the actual game.
All right, getting you back out to Sky Fox here over the ASU Tempe campus, where a little bit ago, it was discovered that there was a threat made online. ASU police and Tempe police have been investigating. They are saying that there is no evacuations, no lockdowns at the campus. We'll continue to follow this story there happening today, but at least there is no evacuations of any sort there. So that is very good news for the students. It's classes scheduled as normal. ASU police tweeted out about 34 minutes ago that they're saying we are aware of unsubstantiated social media threats. Does not appear to be credible. Safety is paramount, and we are investigating. Then they followed up with tweets saying no buildings are on lockdown at Tempe, no evacuations, no lockdowns at Tempe campus. Those were the latest tweets from ASU police. Of course, this is a story that we will be giving you updates throughout the day just in case of anything does come of this. But ASU police are investigating now a threat that was made online to the university and students there. So, as you can see, though, it is business as usual for the college here at ASU. Get you caught up on some other stories today.
Play an essential role in paying for college. A recent poll shows scholarships and grants cover an average of 15% of students' college expenses. If you're thinking about applying, it's time to get started.
The earlier you do it, the better, because what happens in a lot of cases is that it's first come, first served basis, and all of these scholarships, of course, do have deadlines.
Scholarships celebrate students' unique talents, and this doesn't just mean straight A's or high SAT scores.
It could be the local impact that you made in your community just because you saw that there was a need. Foundations in particular like to reward students for their civic participation and their volunteerism.
Students and parents shouldn't rule out smaller scholarships, which might be available close to home.
It might be through your school, it could be through a civic group, it could be through a community-based organization, it could be through your church or religious group that you're a part of.
Relatives might hold the key to those extra education dollars.
My daughter, for example, won an $8,000 scholarship through a life insurance company because her grandmother was a policy holder for this particular company, and they happen to give college scholarships to students who are either the spouse of the policyholder, the kid, or the grandkid. So that sort of using your relatives strategy can really pay off in spades.
Free scholarship searches are available at scholarships.com, which gives students access to more than 2 million college scholarships and grants worth more than $19 billion. In New York, Brenda Butner, Fox News. Hi, I'm Lise Wheel, and this is Wheel of Justice. We've all heard of that naughty website, Ashley Madison. It facilitates married people hooking up with someone they're not married to. But have you heard what happened to that site? Listen up. On July 15th, an online hacking group calling itself the Impact Team gained unauthorized access to a website known as Ashley Madison. And on August 18th, the group made publicly available the customer data it had stolen, the names and other identifying information of 37 million users. In the United States, the common law is the background against which state courts operate. With common law, a company that failed to protect consumer data would typically be on the hook only if it agreed to protect the data and failed to do so. As a general matter, if someone stole the data from the company, the data theft victim would have a tort lawsuit against the thief, but not against the company, unless the theft was reasonably foreseeable by the company. Many states have consumer protection laws that could put companies that are hacked on the hook for damages to customers. If Ashley Madison failed to adequately protect its systems while making representations that it was doing so, the company could find itself subject to investigation by state and federal competition and consumer protection agencies. Having your information made public by a website like Ashley Madison would be embarrassing to say the least. My tip, stay away from those kind of sites and you won't have to worry.
Representatives from more than a dozen Republican presidential campaigns met just outside of Washington Sunday night in an effort to exert more control over future debates in the wake of last week's CNBC debate, which the candidates have panned for gotcha questions, liberal bias, and arbitrary enforcement of the debate rules.
No one likes being asked gotcha questions that are outside the rules of the debate.
Some of the requested changes will be listed in a forthcoming letter to the networks from the campaigns. They include limiting the debate to 2 hours, giving each candidate equal time to answer an equal number of questions, control over the graphics that appear on screen, and some even wanted to control the room temperature.
The information flow has not been nearly what it's been in past years. Campaigns have been able, should be able to get information about the details of the debate far sooner than they have so far this cycle.
RNC Chairman Reince Priebus sent a letter to NBC last week putting its debate in February on hold in the wake of the CNBC debate controversies. Trump and Carson have threatened to boycott some if changes aren't made, but all the candidates will attend the upcoming FBN debate next week in Milwaukee. Some say debating debates is really not presidential.
Stop complaining. You know, do me a favor, set up a stage, put podiums up there, and let's just go.
Networks that host debates are under no obligation to adopt any of the changes coming out of Sunday's meeting, but if they don't, some of the candidates could boycott, which serves no purpose for the networks or the candidates. In Washington, Carl Cameron, Fox News.
This arrest affidavit lays out the heart-wrenching details. A Dallas mother, according to police, forced her own son to eat ant poison to try to kill him. Inside this apartment, one can only imagine the terror felt by 3 young children. Their mother, 31-year-old Pa apparently had a plan. Her children, ages 12, 7, and 4, would later tell investigators what happened next. According to the arrest affidavit, their mother loaded ant poison on a spoon, added water, and then forced the youngest child to drink it. The children go on to say the 4-year-old did not want to drink it and was holding his mouth closed, so his mother slapped his brother on the cheek, and when he started crying, she put the spoon in his mouth. Then, behind these window blinds, she dished out more poison, according to investigators. They say she tried to coax one of her other kids to take a cupful of poison, but the child refused.
I can't believe that the mother can give a poison to his kids, you know. I can't believe it.
At this point, no one knows what may have allegedly driven the mother to attempt to poison her children. According to the arrest affidavit, the mother told her kids early Saturday that she had a plan. She was going to kill them, then kill herself. Neighbors say she must have struggled with mental illness.
The mother wouldn't do that if he is normal.
Now, neighbors say the children's father also lived at the apartment but often worked outside the home. The mother, meanwhile, remains behind bars at the Dallas County Jail on a $500,000 bond.
Airline officials weigh in on what could have caused a Russian plane to crash in Egypt over the weekend. Metrojet says something outside the plane, such as some kind of impact, caused it to break up in flight.
There are no such faults like engine failure, system failure. There's no such combination of systems failure that could lead to a plane breaking up in the air.
The Airbus crashing in Egypt's Sinai Peninsula Saturday, 23 minutes after taking off for St. Petersburg. ISIS claims it caused the crash, but Russian officials have downplayed this possibility.
We don't have any direct evidence of any terrorist involvement yet.
The country's federal aviation chief says it's too soon to know exactly what brought it down. Metrojet says the airliner dropped some 5,000 feet in altitude before the crash.
What it points to is that the plane was not flying, but falling down.
All 224 people on board killed, most of them Russian. Mourners leaving flowers and praying at a memorial set up at the St. Petersburg airport, where the plane was scheduled to land. Victims' bodies arriving back in Russia as family members submit DNA samples to help identify their loved ones.
Our task today is to, as soon as possible, bring the relatives who will come to make identifications, to provide them with full support.
The plane's black boxes are said to be in good condition, and teams from around the world are helping with the investigation. In Jerusalem, Connor Powell, Fox News.
All right, everybody. Coming up on 1 o'clock, my time is up now. I'll be back on at 5. Samia is coming up, but as we switch out, I will now show you our Fox 10 Day. Have a great afternoon, everybody. I'll see you at 5 p.m.
Hi everyone, this is Samia. I'm just working to get things set up over here. I hope you're enjoying the 10-day forecast. I'll be with you guys in just a couple minutes, but can I just acknowledge how great this 10-day forecast looks like? I don't see any rain. I see temperatures mostly in the 70s. It looks like we have a good 10 days ahead, guys. Hello everyone, Sami Khan back with you guys from the 1 o'clock to 3 o'clock hours. Hope you guys have had a lovely day, afternoon. I guess it's afternoon now that it's 1. I hope you have been having a wonderful Monday. I hope you enjoyed Mike's show. I'm here now to continue our continuous News Now coverage. These are some of our top stories today. Some of these stories we recapped this morning, but for those of you who weren't watching News Now this morning, I will make sure that you guys get a full update on everything we talked about, starting with the 3 earthquakes that hit Arizona. Apparently this has been the talk of the town. It's been the talk of the newsroom. This morning my Uber driver mentioned it. He's like, did you feel the earthquake? I'm like, what earthquake? Apparently I slept through it, but apparently everyone else felt it. So there were 3 earthquakes, one during the 9 o'clock hour, one at 11:29 p.m. and another at 11:49 p.m. The epicenter right around Black Canyon City, I believe. I am going to actually pull up the map for you guys so that we know exactly what we are talking about. There we go. Yeah, there is the epicenter, and then the second one hit north of that one, and the third one hit south of the first one. So this is a map to give you a visual of just where the earthquake hit. It was felt all over, though. I know lots of people in the newsroom talking about feeling it, waking up. I know Jeff felt it. I know my boss, our assistant news director, felt it. So even though the epicenter was up north of Black Canyon City, it was felt throughout the Phoenix area. So it's pretty crazy. Those of you in the chat room that felt the earthquake, I'd love it if you would type in the chat box. Let me know how it felt for you. If you felt it when you woke up, or did it wake you up? What the experience was like? Let me know. Rachel in the chat room saying, SK, I was dead asleep too. Yeah, if you're really tired, even an earthquake won't wake you up when you're really tired. I was a little bummed because, as you guys know, I lived in California for a very long time, and every time there would be an earthquake, you find out about it because you would go to Twitter or Facebook, and that's the first place. And we'd always like have these joking Twitter or status updates or whatever, saying like, "Oh my God, earthquake! Must post this first," because it seems like everyone seems to tweet about it or post about it on Facebook. And sometimes you like feel something and you're not sure if it's an earthquake or not, so you just go to social media, and once you see a whole bunch of people tweeting the same thing, then you're like, "Oh yeah, that was an earthquake." But anytime there was an earthquake over there and I missed it, I always felt sad. I always felt left out. So I'm kind of bummed that there was an earthquake here that everyone felt and I didn't feel it, especially because earthquakes aren't common here in Arizona. And I just feel kind of left out of the... I'm having like news FOMO almost, you know, where I'm like, oh, that's not fair. You got to be woken up by the earthquake. I wanted to be woken up by the earthquake. And I know that's crazy, but I'm weird. Jessica's saying that she was asleep for the second too. Submission channel saying we did not feel it in Sin City. Tess saying I didn't feel it, but I'm probably a long ways away. I'll check Google Map. Let's see. Joe Foley saying I felt the aftershock about an hour ago. Oh, Joe, you're so silly. Those of you who are new to News Now, Joe Foley, one of our regulars in the chat room, is based in the UK. So if he felt it, it was probably nothing. If he felt something, it had nothing to do with the earthquake that took place here in Arizona. So we do have, in addition to this map that I'm showing you here, is video from the newsroom. You can see this video. It's fun to watch because you can see how chaotic it became and how the phones were just going off the hook.
Okay. Yeah. So we're getting calls right.
Right there, you see video of Mark Martinez right there. Everyone answering phones. There's Linda. It's pretty crazy because you don't really experience earthquakes right here in Arizona that often. All right. So that's what's going on with that. I want to go back to that story momentarily, but it looks like we're getting tape playback of President Obama. As you guys know, he is visiting incarcerated people in New Jersey, in Newark, New Jersey. He's going to be talking about that in the next half hour or so. So let's go ahead and watch this playback of the president's visit. And it looks like we have lost that feed. That is unfortunate. In the meantime, speaking of presidents, here's someone who's a presidential hopeful. John Kasich apparently holding an event in Iowa fairly soon. So we will go back to that when we get a chance to. In the meantime, I'm going to continue my earthquake coverage because I know a lot of you guys are very curious to learn about the earthquake. Here is a phone call, a phone interview that was done with someone who felt the earthquake. I'm going to go ahead and play this for you now. In case you missed it this morning, let's go ahead and listen to this clip again.
And this one shook the whole house and was a boom noise, but kind of a lasting boom, not just a boom, but a boom. And the second one rattled things on the walls and left the house vibrating for a while, for several minutes, shaking. And this last one, they seem to be getting closer.
Alright guys, I'm going to go ahead and pull up this map again, read some of your comments. D just rockin' saying that her dogs felt it last night, but Dee saying, I didn't believe them. Now I have to go make homemade doggy biscuits for them. Oh, wow. Tess saying, Dee, how did they feel it and I didn't? I need to look at a map to see how far away I am. So great, guys. So great. Well, I know multiple reporters are on this story today as well. I know Nicole is working this story. I know Andrew Hasbin is up in Black Canyon City working on this story. They'll have more updates on the 5 o'clock news. And if they get back in the newsroom relatively early, hopefully they'll be able to stop by News Now and give you guys an update on their stories as well. In the meantime, I want to give you an update on the latest in the GOP presidential race. The reason I specify the GOP part of the presidential race is because I had a couple different stories related to it, and I wanted to tell you guys about them. First of all, there's a phrase that was trending nationwide this morning. Jeb can fix this, or Jeb can fix it, rather, and that's his new campaign slogan. That's the way they're trying to promote Jeb as the guy that can fix the economy. And one of the things that I noticed on Twitter is that everyone's kind of joking, Jeb can fix it. That means he's referencing the 2000 election in Florida. So it's ripe for some material, and it's pretty entertaining, but that is what's going on there. Plus, I had read online that some of the Republican presidential candidates had a meeting last night, and they basically decided that they would create these sort of demands for all future debates, specifically, equal number of questions, all of the candidates being allowed to have a clear opening statement and a clear closing statement. And this took place last night, so that would be some progress there. Obviously, people still very upset as in terms of how CNBC handled the debate last Wednesday. CNBC was supposed to focus on the economy and things like that, and many of the questions had nothing to do with the economy or the economic state of the United States. So people very upset with CNBC, so much so that the RNC completely cut ties with the whole NBC network. NBC was supposed to hold a GOP debate in February, but the RNC is not having it. So that is an update with that. I'm going to go ahead and play this clip from Doug Luzader that was sent to us this morning. And first we'll do this one, sent to us from Fox National, about just the campaign roundup in general. And then after that, we will watch the Doug Luzader clip.
Can confirm representatives from at least 9 Republican presidential campaigns attended the meeting in Virginia to discuss the future of GOP presidential debates.
I think that the campaigns want to have a conversation amongst themselves, and I'm sure we'll be talking to the RNC afterwards about how it went and what we want to do.
Not 100% consensus. I mean, we're going to have a meeting, not a miracle.
Carson, for one, has said that he would like more time for opening and closing statements and better control of how long candidates have to respond to a question so that it's more equitable for all candidates. Meanwhile, lots of discussion on President Obama's decision to send about 50 American Special Operations Forces into Syria to advise in the fight against ISIS. Senator Marco Rubio says the president hasn't detailed a specific focus for this mission.
I do think it's an important tactical step forward. It needs to be backed up with increased airstrikes and so forth. So I don't have a problem with the tactics of it, and the numbers might even have to be larger at some point. But I think the bigger issue is, can they arrive at a strategy? And that's what I think the administration is still struggling to outline.
Senator Lindsey Graham says the president is putting these troops, quote, in harm's way without any chance at success. And he contends that the Russians are propping up Syrian President Bashar al-Assad, and President Obama and Secretary of State John Kerry don't know how to respond.
I see Russia and Iran mopping the floor with Obama and Kerry. Russia is all in with Iran to support Assad. President Obama said Assad must go. The Russians say, no, he will stay. They're fighting to keep Assad in power. Assad is a puppet of the Iranians.
On the Democratic side, Socialist Senator Bernie Sanders is putting up his first TV ad in Iowa and New Hampshire. It's a look at his career, quote, fighting inequality and injustice. Sanders has been leading in New Hampshire, but is trailing Hillary Clinton in Iowa and in national polls. In Washington, Molly Henneberg, Fox News.
Most of these Republican candidates agree on one thing. They think that debate last week was slanted and unfair. They want to see changes in future debates, and they're willing to take on the networks and their own party to make it happen. The GOP candidates may have been jabbing at one another as well as the moderators during last week's Republican debate. But now their campaigns seem to be in lockstep, with representatives from nearly all of the candidates huddling at a hotel just outside of Washington.
We're going to have a bigger say in the format discussions going forward.
We'll do a group conference call for every debate sponsor with every campaign.
There is general agreement within the party that the Colorado debate hosted by CNBC went off the rails, with questions many thought were biased and designed to embarrass the candidates. That led the campaigns to agree to cancel, at least for now, the next NBC debate. And they want to wrestle debate control from Republican Chairman Reince Priebus, demanding, among other things, a 2-hour time limit, opening and closing statements, equal time for candidates, and even control over some of the on-screen graphics used by the networks.
We need to just tighten it up a little bit and do it more like a professional type of debate.
This debate structure is not leading to the best candidate coming out of the debates. I would like to have smaller groups, all of us be heard equally, ask better questions. If we'll do that, we'll get the best nominee to win an election we can't afford to lose.
And the bottom line here is that these candidates may have some bargaining power because these debates have been such big ratings draws. In Washington, Doug Luzader, Fox News.
All right, guys, that was Doug Luzader. I appreciate that report. It's always nice to get these daily reports from Fox National, giving us a nice visual outline to what's happening in that presidential race. I think tomorrow is officially 1 year until Election Day of next year, at least 52 weeks away tomorrow, because tomorrow is Election Day. It is the first Tuesday of November, and next year, we're basically 52 weeks and 1 day away from actually voting for president. So there's your interesting fact. Moving on, Metrojet crash kills 224. I know a lot of people talking today about whether ISIS played a role in this crash, because it's very peculiar in the sense that the plane broke up mid-air, and a lot of people questioning just how that could happen. This Metrojet crashed just above Egypt, and all 224 on board were killed. It was on its way to Russia. Many of those on board were Russian. We do have a couple stories from Fox National regarding this, so I'm going to go ahead and play that for you in case you didn't hear about this incident that took place on Saturday.
Investigators say that both black boxes have been recovered, likely providing crucial information about the minutes and seconds before the Russian airliner went down. The plane, operated by the Russian airline Metrojet, departed at dawn from the southern Sinai Egyptian resort of Sharm el-Sheikh along the Red Sea, en route to St. Petersburg, Russia. About 20 minutes into the flight, the pilot reported technical difficulties before contact was lost with air traffic controllers. Officials say it was flying at a normal cruising altitude just above 30,000 feet when the emergency call was made. It appears at this point that the plane diverted from its intended flight path, likely trying to make an emergency landing, according to Egyptian officials, before it dropped off the radar. It crashed in a region of the Sinai where Egyptian military forces have been battling ISIS militants. But both Russian and Egyptian officials say there's no indication this was a terrorist attack and have so far ruled out foul play. Egyptian officials say that the plane was inspected before the flight and no mechanical issues were found. But again, the black box will likely provide critical information for investigators. This, as the bodies of the dead are recovered from the crash site. Of the 224 passengers killed, 17 were children. The head of the Legislative Assembly of St. Petersburg says investigators are conducting genetic tests to determine the identity of the victims. This as family members wait for the bodies of their loved ones to return home. And as the investigation continues, Lufthansa, Air France, and KLM Airlines are all diverting flights around the Sinai Peninsula, according to airline officials, until the cause of the crash is determined. In Jerusalem, John Huddy, Fox News.
Airline officials weigh in on what could have caused a Russian plane to crash in Egypt over the weekend. Metrojet says something outside the plane, such as some kind of impact, caused it to break up in flight.
There are no such faults like engine failure, system failure. There's no such combination of systems failure that could lead to a plane breaking up in the air.
The Airbus crashing in Egypt's Sinai Peninsula Saturday, 23 minutes after taking off for St. Petersburg. ISIS claims it caused the crash, but Russian officials have downplayed this possibility.
We don't have any direct evidence of any terrorist involvement yet.
The country's federal aviation chief says it's too soon to know exactly what brought it down. Metrojet says the airliner dropped some 5,000 feet in altitude before the crash.
What it points to is that the plane was not flying, but falling down.
All 224 people on board killed, most of them Russian. Mourners leaving flowers and praying at a memorial set up at the St. Petersburg airport, where the plane was scheduled to land. Victims' bodies arriving back in Russia as family members submit DNA samples to help identify their loved ones.
Our task today is to, as soon as possible, bring the relatives who will come to make identifications, to provide them with full support.
The plane's black boxes are said to be in good condition, and teams from around the world are helping with the investigation. In Jerusalem, Connor Powell, Fox News.
All right, guys, so this is the latest in terms of that investigation. Some more details courtesy of Fox News. So as that report suggested, most of those on board were Russian. However, I can tell you that they were all Russian except 4 people were Ukrainian and 1 Belarusian who also died. Fragments of the plane were scattered over a large area, again, indicating that it disintegrated high in the air. I noticed that Tess in the chat room also saying, or no, Habalea in the chat room saying that witnesses said they watched it as it broke apart mid-air. It's very, very disturbing. I was telling the chat room, I can't help but think of the worst every time I get on a plane. Even when I was flying back yesterday, I automatically freak out in my head, and every single time I get on a plane, I'm like, is this the last time I'm gonna? It's so awful to think, because we cover stories like this and we hear about it, you automatically think the worst, and you keep forgetting that this is a very rare occurrence, and it's like way less than 1% chance that this happens because of the number of flights that happen on a daily basis. It's not like we're hearing about plane crashes every day like we hear about car crashes. So as long as you remind yourself of that, then I don't know, you kind of feel better about it. But I totally get it, because the difference between a plane and a car is that when you're driving a car, you still have some control over it, or you're a passenger, you still feel like you have some control. When you're a passenger on a plane, you kind of have no control. Hi, Kinsey.
Happy holidays, Samia.
You want to show everyone your sweater?
Happy holidays.
I got my red cup too, guys.
Red cup. She's in the spirit too.
I'm wearing a sweater. This could be Christmassy. Anyways. That was Kinsey Schofield. You'll see more of her at 3 o'clock. She will be taking over then. Until then, I will continue to give you guys some more headlines. Back to the Metrojet crash, though. Here's some interesting quotes. So, the wife of the co-pilot said on Saturday that her husband had complained about the plane's condition, and her daughter had actually called her dad up the night before he flew out, saying he complained before the flight that the technical condition of the aircraft left much to be desired. So crazy. But meanwhile, an official says he's shocked. It was a good plane. Everything checked out in 35 minutes. Adding that the closest the plane came to being in trouble, he said, was 3 months ago when the pilot aborted takeoff halfway through because of a system error. Again, one of the things mentioned in that story, everyone talking about the black box, and that is where we'll get more information as to what exactly took place. They have been recovered. They have been sent for analysis. So that is what's going on with that story. We have online threats targeting the ASU campus. I know that Mike had talked about that story quite a bit during his block, but basically they were targeting a building on the campus of ASU, these online threats. Police believed that they weren't serious threats, but they did take all precautions. They evacuated the building. The threat of a shooting was supposed to take place, I think, at 12:30. Nothing has happened as far as I know. Otherwise, there would be a lot of chaos in the newsroom if anything happened. But I wanted to give you guys that heads up. Plus, this jet, apparently someone has designed this jet that intends to go from London to New York in a half an hour. It's pretty crazy. I'll show you that a little bit later on. But I do see that John Kasich is speaking live, so we're going to go live here. I believe he's in Iowa, and listen to what he's talking about.
Mail on his back, whose grandfather was a coal miner. I was a legislator and a congressman, and I worked with all the presidents, and presidents from around the world, because I was also on the Defense Committee. And then I left for 10 years, and I did a bunch of different things. I worked at Lehman Brothers as a banker. I would travel all over the country and meet people who were the job creators. And many of you will remember this when I remind you. I was a huge television star on Fox News. I don't know if you remember those days. You remember, huh? I have tapes in the car. I'll give them to you. And I wrote some books, and I did all kinds of things. And then I'm a believer, basically a believer, that things don't happen by accident. The Lord has given me a lot of blessings with my family, with my career. And, you know, you can't run. You can try, but you ain't going to get very far. So I felt a call to go back to Ohio, and these Ohioans will tell you the state was about dead. And I inherited a $8 billion hole, which is about 20% of our operating budget. If we had that at Nationwide, you would all be at risk. We had lost 350,000 jobs. Our credit was going down the drain, and today we have a $2 billion surplus. Our credit is rock solid. We have grown 347,000 private sector jobs. Our pension systems are rock solid, and if you have mental illness, developmental disabilities, if you have a drug addiction problem, if you're the working poor, nobody is left behind. We want to make sure that everybody can rise. So I ran for re-election. I didn't want to run the first time, but I did because I felt the calling. I won. I ran for re-election, and I did pretty well. I won 86 out of 88 counties, and we have an investigation into the 2 that I didn't win. No, just kidding. Just kidding, okay? And I don't think I need to tell you a whole lot, but in Ohio, people feel better because they've got work. Our wages are growing faster than the national average, and we do care about people and give them a chance to realize their God-given potential. And basically, all the things that I've done in Ohio are scalable to the country. So then I decided, it took me a long time, that I was going to run for president. And there's 2 basic things that I would like to do. I want you to think about this. First of all, you know, we got to get the economy going. I talked to a guy who's operating a business in a little town called Wilmington in Ohio, where a lot of people lost their jobs in one day. And he's now created about 500 jobs, and I told him that frankly, you probably are saving some lives. Because when people don't have work, you know, there's a lot of bad things that could come from it. So you got to get the economy moving again in this country, and that means you got to balance budget and cut taxes and have common sense regulations and all that. I've done it in my career several times. I know how to do it. But I also want to shift a lot of programs back to where we live. Education, welfare, infrastructure, job training, and economic development. Today I propose eliminating the Commerce Department, which is an attic for political junkies who put their kids in there after the party of their choice wins the election. But there's something else, that when you get this power, should I be president, lower taxes, more in your pocket, education without all these federal strings, economic development. We have to rebuild families in this country, and we have to rebuild neighborhoods in this country. I was just talking to some people yesterday in the control room at a television station, and he said, well, how would I rebuild my family? I said, well, tell me about your family. Do you talk to all of them all the time? He said, no, I really don't talk to my sisters. I said, you don't talk to your sisters? I said, I'll bet you wait for funerals and weddings. He said, that's right. I said, we can't have families like that where we don't talk to one another. How about the neighborhood? How do you feel about the neighborhood? Well, I really don't know my neighbors. A friend of mine told me the other day his water didn't work, got shut off. He walked next door to talk to a neighbor that wouldn't even open the door. Our country, the spirit of our country, in my opinion, is based on us, not on somebody else. It's the job of a leader, the president, the legislators, whoever they are, to make sure we have a climate for economic growth. But we can have all the money in the world if we're not connected. And so when we get the power back here, we're going to have to all work together. And you're going to have to challenge a lot of things like you're challenging presidential candidates. For example, challenge the principal in your kid's high school and find out why there's so many kids taking remedial programs in college. What are you doing down at the food bank? What are you doing for the guy that was married for 35 years and his wife's not around anymore? She's gone, she died. What happens to him? See, it's on us in a lot of ways, and we can do it if we have confidence and we're set free to have the resources and the capability to be able to think about why our lives matter. Some kid, I was up in New Hampshire, and I'm going to take some questions. I was up in New Hampshire doing this Morning Joe show, and this kid gets up, he raises his hand, he says, "Can I be idealistic in my life?" You imagine a question like that? I said, of course you can be idealistic. You remember the old saying that if you save one life, you've changed the world? And he came up to me when it was all over and he said, "I'm glad you talked to me. You gave me some confidence again that I can maybe do these things." So all need to live a life a little bigger than ourselves. I'll do my part if I'm president. You'll see this country get better because I know how to do it. Not platitudes or broken promises or a chicken in every pot or crazy ideas. Get the country in the right place. Get Republicans and Democrats working together again, because I've done it almost all of my lifetime. But then it's up to us, where we live, and we're up to it. We'll do it together. So that's my story, and I'm sticking to it, and I'll take whatever questions you might have with the time we have remaining. Who wants to go first? And Steve Rasmussen is keeping track of every single person. No, come on, what would you like to know? Let's have a little bit of fun here. Yes, sir.
What's your plan to reduce national debt?
Well, remember I talked about balancing the budget? So you have to be very tough-minded when you want to get the budget balanced. And you get it balanced two ways. You cut your expenses and you provide economic growth. So we got to get the taxes down, but not taxes down in some wild promise that it's going to add trillions of dollars to the national debt. But we do need to get the taxes down, with the top rate for individuals at 28%. And at the same time, we need to lower business taxes so the businesses aren't investing in Europe and they're investing here. So we can get that done as well. In order to do the expense side, you have to do all the hard work. You have to you want me to go through a budget lecture about what you do with discretionary non-defense spending? You freeze it. Got to spend more on the military. Medicaid and Medicare, you got to slow the growth of it. These are the things you have to do. And then you outsource, move a lot of these programs from Washington back to where we live. And you give the states more freedom. You don't have to give them more money, you give them more freedom. So by restraining spending and cutting taxes, that's how you get to balance, and then you run a surplus. Because I have a plan that would balance the budget by the end of a second term. Probably can't happen any faster than that. But when I say we have to restrain spending, what does that mean? Does that mean anything to you? It really doesn't, does it?
Stop spending.
Yeah, but you understand why they don't stop spending. Because everyone wants more spending. We all think we want no more spending until it affects our spending. So it's sort of like the parent. How many is a parent in here? Okay, oh, a lot of parents. So the kids say, "Mom, I want this." What do you say? Most of the time, no, we can't afford that, right? We can't afford that. This morning, my wife left a picture of a brand new car on the desk before I went. I don't know if it was just a happenstance or if she was sending me a message. But the car she was leaving, we're not buying it. It's too expensive. But you see, in Washington, the key for a leader is to get people to do what they know they should do, but they don't want to do. So, you know, if you talk to a farmer, the farmer doesn't want less. subsidy. Farmer wants more, right? You got to tell the farmer, look, if we can lift the country, you're going to be better off. You know, try to go out there. And I was, Marianne Hanusa's with me. You know, they had a big war in the legislature over how much more spending for education. If you're not for more spending for education, they call you a bad guy or a bad woman. Got to spend more. Can never figure out a way to make better with the money you have, because that's not what that's what politicians think people don't want. But people want leadership. Our kids want leadership. Mine are going to be 16, and I can debate that here with you as to how much leadership they want out of their dad. But in all seriousness, they want it. So what you have to do is you have to make a commitment that the long-term future of being able to do this will make our country a lot more healthier. And at the same time, not only healthier, but it's something we need to do for our kids. And you don't have any kids yet, do you? Okay, but when you do, they're gonna be front and center. Am I right, folks? Moms, yep. Here, dads. I mean, what we really want, we don't want our kids to be farther and farther in debt. Look, did you see those numbers in a debt clock over here? Almost $19 trillion in debt. How's that feel? I always thank kids for letting me have a nice party at their expense. But we can do this, sir. But it's going to take leadership. And you know what you may have to do? If you like me at the end of the day and I become elected president, then you're going to have to make your voice heard. These people that go to Washington, you don't even know who they are, do you? No. Well, I'm going to tell you who they are, and then you're going to go rattle their cage if they don't want to work with us to balance the budget. Can I count on you for that? You can't? Here, give me a handshake. Okay. How about a round of applause for our first volunteer? Okay, what else? How about from the peanut gallery? Anything back there? You can yell, I mean, whatever. Want me to tell you about special interests? We're all part of them, right? We're all, Nationwide's a special interest, right? But you cannot let anybody try to own you in this business. We've got a lot of employees for Nationwide. We want to make sure we have an atmosphere that's going to make sure we have good, healthy financial services and all that. But you can't let any special interest bully you into getting their way. You got to stand up and you got to say, hey, I love you. I want you to do well. What is it you want? And a lot of times, you ever heard that old expression, the squeaky wheel gets the grease? When that's the case in politics, we lose. It doesn't mean sometimes that the squeaky wheel doesn't need a little grease. Sometimes it does. But for me, where I came from, with the mailman dad and the mom and all that, you're not going to believe me, I almost don't want to say it, but I'm here to serve the public. I'm not here to serve me. I'm too old to get into the business of serving me, okay? I'm doing this because I know how to get this country going, to have a little leadership that you can respect again. But I'm very serious about you having to do your job. Does that make sense to you? What does that mean to you, young lady, when I say you need to do your job? What does that mean to you?
Well, I think, as I was thinking about it, I was thinking about, kind of this mess we have with healthcare and how we've, we keep promising people free things, but at the end of the day, you pay for it, I pay for it, we all pay for it. So I was kind of wondering what your thoughts were on this kind of healthcare mess we have that we've created.
Okay, I will give you that. When I say this business about us working in our communities, does that make any sense to you? Yeah. About your family and your neighbors? Tell me how you feel about that.
Well, I think it's important. I try to be involved. I just had a baby, and I'm involved in my planning and zoning committee, and I volunteer. And I think we have a lot of people in this room that are strong volunteers, and we're fortunate to be part of a company that encourages that. Good. Congratulations with your baby. But don't gum up the zoning laws and make it hard for people to build a business, okay? Now, I tell you, this is another thing. And I'm going to get to the healthcare here in a second. But here's what I mean. I got a lot of friends that have kids in school. So the grades aren't going so well, so they go in and whoever's in charge says, oh, don't worry about it, everything's fine here. We have to challenge the status quo. Do you know how many small business people are driven crazy by zoning laws? Where people in power make it hard for somebody to start a small business? So we got to make sure we got people that understand
how jobs get created. But that's at the very local level, right? How about the food bank? There's another place that we can talk about. I'll give you another one, drugs. You know how serious the problem is with drugs? You know how much we can do to go into a school an hour a week or to mentor a kid for an hour a week, which nationwide would let you do? I don't, no doubt about it. You know how many lives you will change? So, healthcare. Our system today rewards quantity, not quality. If Kurt was to get sick and go to the hospital, God forbid, and he needed 2 tests, how many do you think they'd give him? Huh? How many would they give him? 6. You say 5. Anybody want to guess higher? I guess 8. Okay? That's the system. Why does that happen? Well, because the system is all aligned to where we get paid for the quantity of tests. How about if we actually encourage the primary care doctor? How many of you have a primary care doctor? And by the way, how many of you that have a primary care doctor have a poor primary care doctor? Raise your hand. Isn't that interesting? There's one guy in this whole room who says his doctor isn't great. How is it that everybody's got a great doctor? You know how? We don't know what kind of, we don't know. How many of you know what the infection rate is at the hospitals that are in your neighborhood? We don't know. So we need more transparency. So we know, well, how do hospitals do? So we know with doctors, how many of them keep us healthy? I mean, this is what you do when you buy a car, I think, right? Or when you buy a home or anything else. But yet when it's healthcare, we go into this place where we don't know anything about anything. And we just trust. So part of what I would like to do is to make sure we have transparency. That we know who's doing a good job and who's not. That we can compare people in the healthcare field. And how about if we incentivize your primary care doctor to be the shepherd to move you through the system so you get the best quality at the lowest possible price? That's the way we need to do it. We don't need, if he needs 2 tests, we don't need to give him 5. Guess who pays for that? We do. So what I would suggest we do is begin to think about healthcare in a different way. To use the market to drive a system that is designed and all the people that we come in contact with are rewarded for good outcomes, for keeping us healthy, for getting us healthy faster, to avoiding infection if we happen to go into a hospital, to making sure that we reward people who get their primary care treatment. That's the way we need to go, rather than treating people when they're sick. I take it you had pretty good prenatal, right? And that's like absolutely critical. So if you don't have good prenatal, you know what happens. So we need to emphasize things like that build into the system an opportunities for us to have healthy babies and healthy moms. And we can do that. We're doing it in our state. And anything we can do in Ohio, believe me, we can do anywhere in the country because we're the 7th biggest state and we are a microcosm of America. You look at Ohio, you got everything you have everywhere in the country. So we need to scale this concept up. And that will get us in a position of where we can bend the cost on healthcare so we don't see the kind of rationing that we can see as healthcare costs continue to escalate. And give people incentives to be able to stay healthy and to accumulate wealth on the basis of doing that. So if you're not spending a lot of money, then you can bank some money so that when you need it for a rainy day. Good question. What's your baby's name? Quentin. Quentin. Little boy? Thank God I got that right. Okay. Who else? I mean, you can ask anything you want. You know, I've been through these debates. I mean, you know. Yes. Hey, isn't it a great way to pick a president? Explain the healthcare system to me in 30 seconds, okay? I'm going to get all of you to explain your job to me in 30 seconds. How do you think it'll go? All right, yes, sir.
You said you needed to adjust, we need to adjust taxation on riskiness or something like that to get people to take risks and hire people and get jobs created.
Yeah. Here's what I mean by that. There's a thing called a capital gains tax.
Yeah.
So if you pay less taxes on a capital gains tax, I might be able to use my money to invest to create a job so you have a job. If I have a high tax on capital gains, on risk taking, then I'm not going to risk it, right? So we want to be able to reward people who are willing to build companies, who are willing to take risks, who are willing to be in the business of making sure that nationwide moves into the future and doesn't get stuck in the 20th century. Does that make sense to you? So that's what I'm talking about. And bringing down the top rate so that we make the top rate would be 28%, which is what Reagan gave us when he was president. It worked out pretty well. Some people want to have like a 10% rate. I'd rather have like a 1% rate. I'd like a chicken in every pot. You know, I mean, life doesn't work that way. But that rate, I think, is enough to give us the economic growth that we need. And let me say another thing to you, young man. Right now, if you and I have a corporation in Europe, we pay taxes in Europe. When that money comes back, we tax you again. So guess what companies are doing? They're not bringing their money home. They're investing in Europe. Now, how does that make you feel? Not good. I mean, if they're investing in Europe and they're not investing in America, you understand what that means, right? Because if they're not investing here, they're not creating jobs here. They're creating them in Europe. I mean, it's a nice place to visit, but we live here. Okay, go ahead. You wanted to ask? That's what I was saying. Follow up.
That's pretty much my question. I was just trying to see what your perspective was on capital gains and income taxes. So you want the rates of 33, 35, 39.6 to all go away and just
come down to 28, and there'll be a couple other
just throw
rates.
them away and use
bring
28
them down.
from everybody up.
Right, and then for businesses, I wanted their rate to come down to 25%, which would get us more into the competitive world situation. And then if you get taxed somewhere else, you can bring your money back to America without having it taxed again. Okay? See, because we wonder about income inequality. Well, if workers, like when you work today, you all use computers, which means you can do a lot more in a shorter period of time, which is why your wages are higher. I mean, if companies are not going to invest in giving workers tools to be more productive, if they can't make more things in a shorter period of time, their wages aren't going to go up. It's just the way it works. So we want to make sure we give people a reason to invest in companies and a reason for business to invest inside of their company like you do, right? I mean, I'll bet the amount of investment in Nationwide is enormous because you've got to give you folks the tools to compete and win against other people. It's like a boring economics lesson, but that's how it works. Okay? You like that microphone? We'll give you one.
We have one question over here.
Yes.
Hi. Nationwide is such a proud supporter of diversity and inclusion within the workplace and kind of all over. What is your position on some of the key changes that have been made in a very short period of time with marriage equality and things like that?
You mean, you know, I'm a traditional marriage guy, but, you know, the court has ruled and I accepted. I went to my first gay wedding. It was fun, and no, it was fine. And so, you know, that's kind of the answer to that. And in terms of income equality, we want to have a system where I think people can also continue to get experience even if they're not in the workplace. A flexible workplace where you can continue to work and build up the experience so your wages can continue to grow. So I've got two daughters, right, who are going to be 16 years old. Well, one good thing about running for president, I'm on the road and not at home as they get closer and closer to their driver's license. My wife is doing a great job at that. But of course we want people to be able to progress. And you know, the fact is that things do look different today. Families do look different today, and that's fine. But no reason to be negative. See, I happen to think, just to give you an example. I mean, I mentioned here that I felt that the Lord had blessed my life, and I believe that. And sometimes when you mention religion, people get thought bubbles about, oh, what does that mean? Well, I'll tell you what it means for me. For me, it's about the do's. Doing the things that I felt that I'm called to do, even if I have to do things that I might not want to do, or sacrifice or whatever. Remembering that the things I have, I didn't earn most of them. They came to me as a gift. That brings about humility. The fact that I need to live a life bigger than myself for somebody else, to be a center of healing and justice. And we saw a lot of that when the Pope came. He sort of opened everybody's eyes to, wow, this is a kind of a cool message, right? I mean, it was positive. And so in my lifetime, I think about the do's, and I don't spend a heck of a lot of time thinking about the don'ts, although I'm aware of the don'ts. And so I just try, I'm not like that great a guy, I'm just doing the best I can, you know, and every day I get a mulligan, I get another chance. And I will tell you that the sense in this country that we don't respond to a higher power, I think is a real mistake. I mean, if you happen to be a humanist and you don't share my view, that's fine, because you believe in making a better world. But I happen to think that at the end of our lives, with what we've been given, I think there will be an accounting. You know, what did you do with what I gave you? And I think that's fine. That's about responsibility, personal responsibility. I was here in Iowa. I went to a place where I saw faith really in action. It's called the House of Hope. Marianne, where is that? Cedar Rapids. In Cedar Rapids. This was a place where they were taking women in who were, the best way to put it, unsettled. Some were recovering drug abusers or addicts. I don't know if they were addicts, but they were all alone, trying to raise a family, and things were just falling down all around them. And these people set up this house. Doesn't take one dime in public money. And they have wonderful volunteers who lead these women through a process whereby they can get on their feet. We need more of that. We need more of that in this country. So, what are you waving at? Give me a finger. Oh, it's okay. Let's just checking it out. Yes, sir, right here.
The current administration's laid out a plan that's going to have troops in Afghanistan, approximately 5,000 through 2017. Troops in Afghanistan.
See, I used to, at Fox, I would jump into the studio audience.
The current administration has a plan that's going to have approximately 5,000 troops in Afghanistan through 2017. Do you agree with that policy? As Commander-in-Chief, what is your exit strategy? And would you ever consider a permanent base in Afghanistan?
Okay, this will be the last thing. I'll just give you a quick tour around the world. Would that be okay? Just a quick one. We'll get to Afghanistan, don't let me forget. Let's start with Ukraine. Ukrainians are trying to defend their freedoms against Putin. We should give them the weapons that they need to defend themselves. Do you all agree? Give them the weapons they need to defend themselves. We don't need to go there, but give them what they need. In the Middle East, in Syria in particular, I believe that we should establish 2 no-fly zones. One would be on the Turkish border, where we would have a no-fly zone, and it could be a sanctuary for people who are crossing these oceans and with their children. Give them a place where they can be safe. And in the southern part of Syria, on the Jordanian border, no-fly zones. People say, well, what does that mean if somebody flies in there? Well, maybe you can fly in once and leave. But if you fly inside of a United States no-fly zone, if I'm president, you won't be flying back out. I don't need to say another word other than that. We need to support the rebels, which we should have been doing well over a year ago in Syria without directly involving ourselves. I don't want to be involved in a civil war in Syria. Involvement in civil wars doesn't work. At the same time, I think we should be a part of a coalition of people to destroy ISIS as soon as possible. I don't think this president's going to do it, but you're either going to pay me, now, or you're going to pay me a lot more later. And ISIS has to be destroyed, plain and simple. No negotiating, no excuses. Now, with Iraq, I don't think we should have been in Iraq. If we'd have known that he didn't have weapons of mass destruction, there's no way I would have felt that we should go. But we went, and now we have a situation where there's great turbulence there. I appreciate everything that our people did, sacrificed so much in Iraq, but I would not spend any more time there unless I went there to destroy ISIS as part of a group. And then we have Kurds who live in Iraq, and we share a lot of the same kind of objectives that they do. They need to be given some arms, and I would ultimately like to see this group called the Kurds be able to have some sort of a federation where they can live together. Israel is our best ally. If we got problems with them, take them in the back room and talk to them about it. Don't talk to them about it in front of a bank of television cameras. That's not the way you do things. Saudi Arabia, more or less in the same vein we are, But they take a lot of their money and they take some of their money and they support radical clerics in these madrasas that teach hatred. That has to come to an end. In Egypt, we averted disaster there where the Muslim Brotherhood was in power for a short time, and now we have a general. We may not like everything the general does, but I'll take 10 of those generals over one of those Muslim Brotherhood. And the Gulf states, the Cleveland Clinic is building a clinic in Abu Dhabi. They're fine. Iran, the tragedy with Iran is we're lifting our foot off the oxygen line, and now they're going to have hundreds of billions of dollars that they can use to fund groups who don't believe and agree with us or our friends. This is a tragic agreement. Should we rip it up? It's a little premature to say what you're going to rip up or send a signal to people that you know you're going to be at odds with, probably for another generation. In Afghanistan, I wouldn't have significantly raised the troop levels. I would have used special forces to go and root out, but we can't go running out of there now, and the president's probably changed his position because he had an interview on 60 Minutes, and it looks as though we're in total chaos in terms of our strategy. China, we don't want to make them an enemy, but they're clearly not our friend. They steal our secrets and manipulate their currency, and we should deal with that. They claim that they own the entire South China Sea, and they shouldn't. We should send naval vessels, and if they threaten us, we're not going to back off. U.S. involvement generally, only when our national security interests are directly threatened. But that doesn't mean that we can't help and fund people who share our objectives without having to be in the middle of it. Mexico and Canada, we should be energy independent in the northern hemisphere. Energy is a big deal for us. It's a big area of economic growth for the United States. And Mexico, when they get their act together, has a tremendous natural resources and demographics. Immigration. Finish the wall. We got to protect the border, but you got 11 million people living in this country who are law-abiding. What are we going to do? Deport them? I'm not in favor of deporting them. Make them pay a fine. Make them pay something for the fact that they broke the law and came in here. But I'm not for taking 11 million people and somehow trying to deport them. But we do need to protect the border. Deporting 11 million people. How many of you think we could deport 11 million people? Raise your hand if you think we can. Not one? Oh, it's got to be one person. Huh? Can you imagine? Okay, there's one. We're not going to deport 11 million people. During World War II, we went and took the Japanese and we put them into these camps. Still a dark stain on our country. And trying to deport 11 million people would break up families. That's not a good policy. It's not a good foreign policy. It's not a good humanitarian policy. It's crazy, to be blunt with you. So let me see, where else? Okay, I never got to Brazil, but I'm looking forward to getting there someday, okay? Listen, to all of you, I want to thank you. JohnKasich.com if you want to learn more. Love to have you interested and involved if you want to learn more. Look, you hear a lot of things about how bad it all is. We're pretty great, strong country. We got to shine it up, get our books in order, get the jobs growing. But us, we're the spark to re-energize America by what we do, where we live, in whatever way we can do it. So, thanks guys for coming all the way to Columbus to be with me today. And Iowa, 6-0. I guess that's a touchy subject here. 8-0. Well, what about Iowa State? I'm not allowed to talk about that. So anyway, we'll see you all. God bless you. Thank you.
All right, guys, that is a wrap on that John Kasich event out in Iowa. Obviously, John Kasich hoping to win that Iowa caucus. Who knows what'll happen? It's still a few months away, guys, but at least we are now only a year away from the presidential election. Tomorrow is election day, meaning 52 weeks from tomorrow, we will finally be deciding which person will lead the country. Hold on a second. Something's happening in Jacksonville, Florida, and it looks like it's a Jeb Bush event. So it's funny that this pops up as soon as I am talking about politics. It looks like we're on a never-ending political discussion here on News Now. When one presidential candidate ends, another presidential candidate begins. Non-stop coverage here on News Now. Jeb Bush in Florida. Let me go ahead and pull this clip up. And we should be hearing from him shortly. Now, the thing about Jeb is that today he officially launched a new campaign. The slogan is Jeb Can Fix It. He's launching his Jeb Can Fix It tour. Apparently, he is trying to invoke his inner President Lincoln. He said, if Lincoln were alive today, imagine the foolishness he would have to suffer. Advisors telling him to shave his beard, cable pundits telling him to lose the top hat. This is some of what he said today in Tampa. Jeb also added, some advice is more strategic. Nail that zinger. Be angrier. Hide your inner wonk. But I've learned two important things from my time serving the people of Florida. One, I can't be someone I'm not. And two, getting things done isn't about yelling into a camera or regurgitating sound bites free of substance. So all of this has to do with this new tour, and it coincides with the release of his ebook, which came out today. The book is called Reply All Today. He is obviously trying to jumpstart his campaign. Many of us, or many of you in the chat room, agree that Jeb Bush isn't doing very well. We watched him during last week's debate on CNBC, and once again, he was not a standout candidate after that debate. So he's trying with this new push, this new campaign. Again, the slogan is Jeb Can Fix It. And we should be hearing from Jeb Bush momentarily. We're getting this live feed in from Florida right now. Jeb Bush also alluding to Donald Trump this morning during his speech in Tampa, saying, and you can't just tell Congress you're fired and then go to a commercial break. So while we wait for Jeb Bush to arrive live, I do have a clip from earlier. I showed you some of this earlier. I'm going to continue to show you some of that event in Tampa from this morning. And we are waiting for live Jeb momentarily.
There's an important place in politics for righteous indignation. But anger that leads to resentment without delivering results will take us down a path to perdition. In my heart, I believe America's best days are not behind us, but squarely in front of us. If we elect the right leadership. And as your president, I will fight every day with a reformer's heart. I will lead, and I will tear down the barriers that keep Americans from rising up and realizing their God-given potential. I will do so keenly aware of the problems that give rise to the deep frustration all of us share. Frustration over a porous border, workers' wages remaining stagnant, an ever-shrinking pie for families living paycheck to paycheck. This won't be solved with more talk. The answer isn't sending someone from one side of the capital city to the other. The solution won't be found in someone who has never demonstrated the capacity to implement conservative ideas. And you can't just tell Congress, you're fired, and go to commercial break. You have to bring people together to solve problems. The challenges we face as a nation are too great to roll the dice on another presidential experiment, to trust the rhetoric of reform over a record of reform. After 7 years of incompetence, corruption, and gridlock in Washington, we need a president who can fix it. After 7 years of historic cuts to our military, a foreign policy based on leading from behind, the emboldening of our enemies, and the isolation of our allies, we need a president who fixes America's standing abroad. I can fix it. After 7 years of massive deficits, historic debt, and a president who vetoes defense spending because he wants more reckless spending, we need a president who fixes our budgetary mess. I can fix it. I know I can fix it because I've done it. In Florida, we showed how strong hands-on leadership could make a difference in the lives of people. I gave out my email address because I wanted Floridians to know that their governor cared about them and wanted to help solve their problems. I remember emailing with an honor student named Kirsty Edwards, who couldn't pass the FCAT to graduate because of her disability. We listened and changed the law so Kirsty could get her high school diploma and go on to graduate from college. I remember emailing with single moms like Tina Calloway, who needed help collecting child support from absent fathers. Their calls for assistance motivated us to increase child support collection by 90% during my time as governor. And I remember emailing with the teachers like Aline Miller, who joined our cause of improving schools, even though their union pressured them to fight us every step along the way. And guess what? We took them on and we won. I went to Tallahassee as an agent of change. I turned the political culture of Tallahassee upside down. And I'm putting the Beltway on notice. I'll turn Washington, D.C. upside down too. We took on the education establishment to make Florida a national leader in parental choice and school accountability. We took on the public employee union to shrink the size of the state bureaucracy by 11%. We took on trial lawyers to rein in frivolous lawsuits to make our business climate more conducive to small business growth, and we led the nation in small business creation. We took on big spending politicians from both parties to balance 8 budgets, cut taxes 8 years in a row, totaling $19 billion. And by the way, I vetoed 2,500 separate line items in the budget, saving the taxpayers $2 billion. My good friend and the former Speaker of the House, John Thrasher, reacted to all this by calling me Vito Corleone. Apparently that wasn't meant as a term of endearment at the time. But I'll tell you what, I wear it as a badge of honor today because conservatives need to believe in limited government. Just because we're in power doesn't mean that we get our chance to be at the trough. A committed conservative is one that limits government's power and spreads government power back to the people. That's what we need to do in Washington, D.C. The story of my governorship was one of using conservative principles each and every day, consistently and constantly, to provide people with opportunity to improve their lives. I govern on the premise that there are no second-class citizens, no second-rate dreams. In America, every citizen is an asset. Every life matters, and every American. And every American has the right to rise to their God-given potential. If you want a president who maintains the status quo, I'm not your guy. But if you want fundamental conservative reform that can be found in the rhetoric, record, not the rhetoric, then I ask for your support. Our times are difficult, but not nearly as difficult as what Lincoln faced when he took office, or what FDR faced on December 8, 1941. We have long been blessed with a benevolent presidency. Leaders who turned both our highest hopes and worst fears into dramatic, lasting change that left the world a better place. Leaders who held the nation's highest office with humility.
All right, guys, as I told you before, President Obama was going to be speaking in New Jersey. He is now live talking about how to improve lives after incarceration. We're going live now to New Jersey.
Is here. Your Senator, Cory Booker, is in the House. Where'd Cory go? He's surrounded. There he is right here. Your Congressman, Donald Payne Jr. You know, over the course of this year, I've been talking to people all across the country about reforming our criminal justice system to be fair, to be smarter, to be more effective. I've met with police chiefs and beat cops. I've met with prisoners, corrections officers. I've met with families of fallen police officers and families of children who were killed by gun violence. I've met with men and women battling drug abuse and rehab coaches and folks working on new solutions for treatment. And I have to tell you that from all these conversations, I have at times despaired about the magnitude of the problem. I've asked myself, how do we break the cycle that has young children somehow on that pipeline where they end up incarcerated? And yet, what's interesting is I've been really hopeful as well during the course of this year, because what I've seen is that there are people across the board, folks who work inside the criminal justice system, folks who are affected by the criminal justice system, who are saying there's got to be a better way to do this, and are not just asking questions about how we make the system smarter and more effective, but are also showing us how it's done and are actually implementing it. This afternoon I spent with the mayor and Senator Booker getting a firsthand look at how Newark is helping to lead the way. And as a partner in our My Brother's Keeper initiative, the mayor and the senator and congressmen and others are working in a public-private partnership to focus on disrupting the pipeline from underfunded schools to overcrowded jails. Here in Newark, when it comes to rehabilitating prisoners and reintegrating former inmates into society, you've got organizations that are doing extraordinary work. And that's why I wanted to focus here today, because places like Integrity House, the work that's being done in our federal Renew program through the district court and our U.S. Attorney's Office, they are accomplishing extraordinary things. And when you meet folks who are taking that step to break addiction and overcome great odds, and you see what they've already accomplished and what more they're going to accomplish in the future, you cannot help but feel hopeful about the future. Now, right now, there are 2.2 million Americans behind bars. 2.2 million. we incarcerate people at a rate that is unequaled around the world. We account for 5% of the world's population, 25% of its inmates. They are disproportionately black and Latino. As one of Corey's Republican colleagues, John Cornyn from Texas, no bleeding heart liberal here, likes to point out, almost all of these individuals will eventually be released. More than 600,000 inmates are released each year. Around 70 million Americans have some sort of criminal record. 70 million. That's almost 1 in 5 of us. Almost 1 in 3 Americans of working age. Now, a lot of time, that record disqualifies you from being a full participant in our society, even if you've already paid your debt to society. It means millions of Americans have difficulty even getting their foot in the door to try to get a job, much less actually hang on to that job. That's bad for not only those individuals, it's bad for our economy. It's bad for the communities that desperately need more role models who are gainfully employed. So we've got to make sure Americans who've paid their debt to society can earn their second chance. And as I said before, we spent the day seeing people who are doing just that. Counselors, parole officers, small business owners who are giving folks a second chance. Federal judges who are not only being smart about sentencing, but are also helping to the extent that they're going in their own pockets, just to help somebody who's transitioning out get the right clothes for a job interview. I've spoken to men and women who are part of programs like New Jersey STEP here at Rutgers Newark. You're giving prisoners a second chance to start taking college courses before they're released so that they can re-enter society with marketable skills. And I've had a chance, as I said, to speak with folks who are working hard to get back on track. And I just want to highlight a couple of them. I hope you guys aren't embarrassed if you're here, because I'm really proud of what you're doing. Darryl Rose was arrested for a drug-related abuse charge in 2013, served 6 months in prison. Today he's a member of Integrity House. That's a treatment center that I visited earlier this afternoon, determined to become a productive citizen. He's getting the counseling and support that he needs to achieve his goals, and Darryl's family is with him every step of the way. So we're very proud of Darryl. I don't know if Darryl's here. You here, Darryl? Ashley Sinclair. Ashley is here today. I know that. Where's Ashley? Come on. There you are. Stand up, Ashley. Ashley spent most of her 21 years on the streets and involved in crime. Eventually, she decided she wanted something better for herself, joined a program called Project Hope, impressed everybody with her work ethic. She earned a place in the Newark Department of Sanitation, and today, instead of getting in trouble on the streets, she's earning a paycheck cleaning up those streets. So we are proud of Ashley. We want more success stories like these. It's good for everybody. It means less crime. It means less recidivism. It means less money spent on incarceration. It means less wasted taxpayer money. It means police aren't having to arrest the same folks over and over again. It means young people are seeing in their community people who are working. That in turn creates economies in those communities that are legal and not just illegal, which creates redevelopment for everybody. And now suddenly businesses have more customers, which means they're hiring more, and you get a virtuous cycle. And that's why today we're taking 2 new actions to create more success stories like this. These are actions that I can take as president through my executive authorities. Number one, my administration is announcing new grants to help returning citizens seize that second chance through education and job training and housing and legal help and children's services. So the 5 cities are announcing commitments of their own to help folks re-entering society to train for high-tech jobs, and we're going to be partnering with them and others to try to make sure that the good work that we saw here today, we can start expanding. All right, so that's point number one, putting some more money in the system. Let me say, it's nowhere near what we need, but it gives us more ability to create more programs that serve as an example of best practices so it can be duplicated around the country. That's point number one. Point number two, I'm taking action to ban the box for the most competitive jobs at federal agencies. Now, the federal government is a big employer, as you know. And like a lot of big employers, on many job applications, there's a box that asks if you have a criminal record. If you answer yes, then a lot of times you're not getting a call back. And we're going to do our part in changing this. The federal government, I believe, should not use criminal history to screen out applicants before we even look at their qualifications. We can't dismiss people out of hand simply because of a mistake that they made in the past. And I have to say that although this is something that I can do on an executive basis, this is an area where Cory Booker, working with one of his Republican colleagues, Ron Johnson, are working to try to pass federal legislation, a ban-the-box bill that's working its way through the Senate. I believe Congress should pass legislation that builds on today's announcement. And keep in mind, some really good, really successful companies are already doing this. Walmart, Target, Koch Industries, Home Depot, they've already taken action to ban the box on their own. And 19 states have done the same. So my hope is that with the federal government also taking action, us getting legislation passed, this becomes a basic principle across our society. It is relevant to find out whether somebody has a criminal record. We're not suggesting ignore it. What we are suggesting is when it comes to the application, give folks a chance to get through the door. Give them a chance to get in there so that they can make their case. Now, this is not just the only step that we can take. Just 2 weeks ago, Cory, other Democrats and Republicans moved through the Senate a bipartisan criminal justice reform bill. This is a bill that would reduce mandatory minimums for nonviolent offenders. It would invest in law enforcement. It would reward prisoners with time off if they complete programs that make it less likely that they will commit crimes in the future. And there's a similar bill working its way through the House. I urgently encourage both the Senate and the House to pass these bills. It will not completely change the system overnight, but it will lock in some basic principles that we understand are going to make us a fairer and safer society over the long term. And I am very proud of the work that those legislators are doing. I'm especially proud because it's not typical that Democrats and Republicans get together on useful legislation. Let's face it. But this is an area where we've seen some really strong bipartisan work, and I'm very encouraged by that. There are so many Americans who desperately want to earn a second chance. And I already mentioned Darrell and Ashley. I'm going to call out one other person, Daquan Rosario. Where's Daquan? He's looking very sharp in his suit today. Where's Daquan? Now, Daquan was arrested for his first drug charge when he was 17. At 27, he received a 10-year federal sentence for drug distribution. In his own words, when he got out, he was homeless, had no real legitimate employment history. And it would be easy to write Daquan off. More importantly, it would have been easy for Daquan to write himself off. Or at least to say, there's nothing else I know, this is the path I have to follow. Going back to the drug trade that, unfortunately, he had been raised in. But something happened inside of Daquan. So he had a motivation to say, I'm going to change, which is really hard to do at 37. It's even harder to do if you've been through a decade or more of prison. So he got involved with a Justice Department program called Renew. The federal district court judge who presides over this program, Madeline, stand up. I just want to give her credit. The probation officer who worked with him, Kevin, who helps run this program, this isn't my formal remarks, but I just talked to him. I just think everybody needs to understand what happened here. So with the help of our U.S. Attorney, Paul Fisher, is right here. Paul, stand up. The Justice Department, the federal district court judge, the probation officer, they all set up a system in which Daquan has a community encouraging him to move forward. If he doesn't have the right suit for a job application, they're helping him do that. If he doesn't have enough money to eat that week, they're seeing if they can scrape something together. If he's interested in going back to school, what happened was that these folks helped to scrape together school fees for him, including through the second chance dollars that we generate through the Justice Department. And as Daquan just told me, he said, look, I'm not saying that everything's easy. You've got to want it yourself. But because of the investment of these people who are calling him and bringing him in every couple weeks, and Kevin, his probation officer, is problem solving with him on an ongoing basis, Daquan found a job in medical transportation. Then he pursued his EMT certification. Today he is an EMT in Essex County. And instead of peddling drugs that are destroying lives, he's saving lives. He's making the community better. And I just want to highlight this story because here you've got a situation where officers of the court, judges, probation officers, U.S. attorneys, pastors, community leaders, business leaders are all coming together saying, what's the problem we're trying to solve here? The problem we're trying to solve is not just to keep on catching people and putting them back in jail. The problem we're trying to solve here is giving people a foundation through which they can then become productive citizens. And the judge was mentioning how when she saw Daquan or some of the other folks who have gone through this program graduate, that's the best thing that happens to her as a judge, because she understands that's the goal. The goal is to prevent crime. The goal is to make sure that folks are fairly punished when they break the law. But the ultimate goal is to make sure that folks are law-abiding, self-sufficient, good citizens. And everything we do should be designed towards that goal. And if we're doing a good job there, then crime will go down, and it will stay down. That's our goal, where everybody has a chance to contribute. And that's what these outstanding folks that I met with here today are committed to. That's what Mayor Baraka and Cory Booker and Don Payne Jr. and others are committed to. That's what I'm committed to. This is not easy. And as I've said before, we can't have the criminal justice system carrying the entire load of solving all of society's ills. We're a lot better off if we catch Daquan when he's 5 or 12 or 18 than when he's 37. We're a lot better off if we're investing in economic development and housing and jobs and adequate funding for schools and making college more affordable on the front end. But Daquan's story, like the stories that so many people in this auditorium can tell, is that it's not too late. There are people who have gone through tough times. They've made mistakes. But with a little bit of help, they can get on the right path. And that's what we have to invest in. That's what we have to believe. That's what we have to promote. That's why I'm so proud of what Newark's doing, and that's what I hope everybody learns. Thank you very much, everybody. God bless you. God bless the United States of America. Thank you. Thank you.
All right, guys, that is a wrap on this President Obama event out of New Jersey. We're going to go live now to Florida, where Jeb Bush is speaking right now. We're going live, once again, to Florida.
She's got a raccoon in her attic. Get the animal control folks out to fix it, and they did. There is nothing wrong about having a servant's heart. It is a sign of strength to be focused on helping others. This election should be about allowing people to rise up again, to imagine that they can have dreams that are far bigger than what they have today, to assure that their children and grandchildren will have more opportunities than what they have today. That's what this election should be about. And it requires leadership. It doesn't require yapping on the sideline or filing an amendment and calling it success. It requires someone who has a proven record to fix big complex things, to stick with it, to show dogged determination, to do it not for him to make himself look better, but to make sure that this great country of ours continues to progress. We're on the verge of greatness again. I honestly believe it, and I hope you do as well, but we have to start fixing things. This country will be in decline if we don't, but we will lead the world if we do. That's my mission. I humbly ask for your support. Thank you all very much.
Certainly.
There we go.
Yeah, thank you. First one is, I know you were coming out today with a book of emails from your governorship. How did you manage to spend 30 hours a week answering and exchanging emails with Floridians and still be the fourth largest state in the union?
I worked my tail off. I've worked really hard. Work is a virtue. It's what I've done. I I fell in love with my wife when I was 19 years old. It was like a light bulb. And before, I was not a slouch. I mean, I was a regular kid, I guess, would be the best way to describe it. Thank God for the statute of limitations running out. But after I met her, my life became purposeful, and I've worked my entire adult life. I got a chance to serve as governor, this great job. I wasn't going to slack off. So thanks to my wife of 41 years who tolerated me, cranking out emails at 11 o'clock at night, and thanks to the most extraordinary staff that I got to work with. I see Sharon, one of the great teachers in Florida, was a Florida teacher, was a teacher in residence, and we just worked hard. Susan's here, others. We worked really hard as a team. I had this really complicated, not so complicated, but someone would call with a problem. Child support, child abuse, environmental problems, training problems, commitments made, commitments not fulfilled. There's all sorts of things going on in life, right?
All right, guys, we're going to go live now to Kansas, where the Royals have just returned home after winning the World Series last night. These are the images coming in right now from the airport. You can see very, very happy people out in Kansas City. These are live images coming in. We're going to go ahead and watch these live images. I'm going to put Jeb Bush in the upper right-hand corner, though, in case you want to stay updated on everything that Jeb is saying at his event taking place right now in Florida.
In Tallahassee, to get people to really believe that we're their servant, not their master. So the extra work, no big deal. When you start out in life working 60 hours a week and you go to 80, if anybody's in the room that understands that, it's not that much more. And I was blessed to have a wife that tolerated it. She still does.
In your book, you talk about how your policies made Florida a national leader in job creation. What lessons did you learn here that could be applied to strengthening the national economy?
Sure. Well, first of all, one of the things I did that was the genesis, I think, of getting command to consider coming to Florida was I made a call to a CEO a day, inside the state and outside the state. On the inside, it was just checking in. You got a problem? Anything we can do to help? What are you seeing? Basically to stay connected. Outside, it was to say, you're missing paradise here. We're building, paradise on heaven on earth here as it relates to an economic development climate. We have low taxes. We have a great workforce. We have great logistics. We don't have massive regulation on top of everything. We can always improve on all those things. But we had a good business climate, and I made it better. And so calling a CEO every day was part of what we need to do. The people in Washington need to start listening. If they opened up their ears and got outside the city, which, by the way, is the most prosperous city in the United States, Washington, D.C., the servant, not the master. They have the highest per capita income. They've never had a downturn in the housing market like we did in every other state. They're doing fantastic. No unemployment, benefits and wages that far exceed their private sector counterparts. So I think they get stuck in this bubble of prosperity. They think they've earned it, when in fact it's the American people that have given them this money. They're not creating wealth and prosperity inside of Washington. And so I think if they got outside and listened to people, which is the first step in the kind of leadership that I'm talking about, we actually listened and heard what I hear. What I hear from business people that could create jobs, if they're a small business, it's too complicated. It costs too much. It's burdensome to the point where I'm shutting my business. In fact, more businesses are closing in America today than opening. First time ever. It's never been this way. The second thing they say is, we don't have a skilled workforce. Well, in Washington, there's something like 56 separate job training programs, designed, most of them in the mid-20th century, for a mid-20th century economy, not a 21st century economy. Maybe if they listened to that consistent message, they would redesign the job training programs to get more private sector involvement, to make it more reality-based. I think there are probably more people working in the job training programs to provide job training than people receiving job training in the programs. There's a better way of doing it. There's definitely a better way, but you got to listen first to understand why it is that we have the worst recovery since the Great Depression. And so that's what I did. I listened first. And the email connectivity was part of that, to be able to get a better understanding of what was on the minds of people that could make a difference in improving the state.
Our company is very concerned about the deep cuts in the defense budget. The defense budget supports a lot of good jobs here in Florida and across the nation, in addition to protecting our national security. What would you do to rebuild our military?
Well, first of all, I gotta mention another guest here, Admiral Bob Natter, who's you're here, you're in Florida. He's got family in Virginia, but he helped us when we went through the BRAC process. Gosh, now it's 10 years. And what we wanted to build was the most military-friendly state in the country. And we learned, the first thing I did, just back to this kind of concept of servant leadership, I asked former governors, give me advice on, I'm the new guy on the block, just showed up at the job, give me advice on what you think I ought to do. So I called Bob Graham up, distinguished former senator and governor of the state for 8 years, Democrat. Wow, a Republican calling a Democrat and asking for advice. I know, hold on, that's really a radical idea in America today. So he said, create a base commanders structure. Invite all of the base commanders in the state to meet every, I think he said once a year, we ended up doing it twice a year, to listen. And so we did it. It was an extraordinary experience where we had 28 commands, I think, at that point. And what I heard was the state was military friendly, but it could be a lot more military friendly. And so we did things like we protected the bases from encroachment. We actually used state resources to buy land around military bases for pristine areas. We created, during the Iraq War and Afghanistan, we created a fund for the reservists and for the National Guard to be able to give them just a straight loan if they had a problem. Imagine if your loved one is overseas, working in the Abu Ghraib prison, which is what our guards, men and women, did. 120-degree heat with 50 pounds of equipment on top of you, outside, 13 hours a day. These are citizen soldiers doing this work. And your loved one and your family back home, the refrigerator or freezer goes out, there's no place to go. And so we created a fund to make sure that everybody that was serving knew that there was someone going to take care of them in their family if there was a problem. Bob Chittister, this four-star general that ran Eglin, told me, you've done everything we've asked. In our last base commander meeting before he left, he said, what you need to do now, my last parting gift, if you can give me this gift, you're going to make my day. You should give all enlisted men and women and Guard and reservists, you should give them free hunting licenses. And we did. Thanks to the Florida legislature, we were all in. And that created a relationship with the military that became a model for the rest of the country. We actually saw, with the BRAC process, an expansion of the number of commands and number of people working here. And it is a huge economic driver, for sure. Not just the military bases, but the defense contractors that do great work. And more importantly, though, it is in our national security interest to be strong. And the sequester is a recognition of failure. It's not success. It's a recognition of dysfunction. That's all it is. It was basically people throwing up their hands and saying, we can't have even a dialogue with someone who doesn't agree with us. This whole notion you push people down to make yourself look better, at least when I was growing up, my mom said, the hand might come up if you're doing that on a regular basis. Now it's just commonplace in politics. We've created two competing sets of pessimism in our country, and we demonize each other, and the net result is the gulf gets bigger and bigger, and who gets hurt? Military families, veterans, our defense capabilities, our intelligence capabilities, our counterintelligence capabilities. Our national security gets hurt by this new approach of politics. Restoring some degree of civility, recognizing that someone that might not agree with you doesn't necessarily mean that they're bad people, is the first step in getting back to democracy in America again, where we start solving problems. And my guess is a great majority, irrespective of party, want the strongest military possible to keep us safe. I believe that's the case, and I think I would be willing to take that case across this country, as I do each and every day now, and in Congress. Because gutting the military, the net result is it's going to...
All right, guys, those of you who are saying they can't hear any of the audio, it's because the audio is only coming in on the right channel. The right channel. So if you are not paying attention to your right speaker, or you don't have access to it, then you cannot hear Jeb.
Every year to the point where force levels will be lower than they were in pre-World War II.
And the last question we have is the next president will undoubtedly face some unforeseen crises and challenges that will test their leadership skills. What do you think the biggest challenge of your governorship was, and how does that prepare you to be commander-in-chief?
Well, I had some doozies. Wow, the 9/11 was a big challenge. I had challenges I created by turning the system upside down and shaking it. There were a lot of people who didn't like creating the first statewide voucher program, the second statewide voucher program, and the third statewide voucher program. Trial lawyers didn't like us taking on the plaintiff's bar. Teachers' unions mortgaged their building. When I ran for re-election, they weren't too happy with their governor. They had to sell their building because I was fortunate enough to get re-elected. But when you take on big things, you're always going to find, people upset about it. But I think the biggest challenge we faced, and the one that I'm most proud of our state, we were talking about it, Richard, who's the incoming speaker, and I were talking about it on the plane, were the 8 hurricanes and 4 tropical storms in 16 months. The only part of the state that didn't get hit was right here. And that's because of the much vaunted curvature effect of hurricanes that seem that miraculously looking like they're coming to northeast Florida, and they zip towards the east and hit the Carolinas. I guess it's the Gulf Stream or whatever it is. You're in a safe haven zone here, for which I know you're grateful. But the rest of the state got hit in some fashion or another, and I was all in helping people when they truly needed the help of government. And I have stories that were etched in my soul of having a chance to work with the most extraordinary group of people. You never heard people complaining about Florida's response to hurricanes, did you? That's because we actually know how to do it. I'll tell you a quick story. So Katrina, 10th anniversary this year, devastating storm. It wreaked havoc in southern Mississippi and certainly in Louisiana as well. The storm was going to hit Florida first. It hit the Keys. People kind of forgot. It was a Cat 1 storm when it hit Key West. I think it was the 3rd storm Key West got hit by that year. They're hardy people down there, but they were getting a little tired about this time. So I went down there, but then the storm gathered. If you may remember, it was the largest storm, most powerful storm in recorded history until I think this last one that hit Mexico. And it starts going towards Pensacola, where we, the year before, had a huge storm as well, Hurricane Ivan. So we're mobilizing our troops, literally the troops, at the Tallahassee Armory for the National Guard. We're sending people out two days in advance to be prepared, because that's how Florida does it. We roll in a different way than some states. We take this stuff seriously, and people were all in trying to help. We had our DMAT teams out there. We had our rescue teams well-trained. The whole system was working as you might expect. And the storm, Katrina, waggles towards the west. So Craig Fugate, the head of FEMA, now was the head of the emergency operations at the state level, gives me a call and says, Governor, the storm is not likely to hit Florida, but we got all of our team moving west. What should we do? I said, well, let's keep going. Be the first responders. I said, well, there's no chance, there's no rule about how you do this. There's no agreement that you're going to get reimbursed. I said, it doesn't matter. This is what we do better than anybody else. And so the first responders in southern Mississippi that were devastated by Katrina, 10-foot storm surges, 20 miles or 15 miles in the coast, loss of life, loss of property, total devastation. The first responders were the Florida National Guard, deputy sheriffs from Duval County, fire rescue people from all across the country, volunteer nurses and doctors from our state that set up emergency centers in tents, search and rescue done by our great team. Across the board, all the equipment, the city managers of all of the 6 counties in southern Mississippi were all from Florida. Now, I don't know about you, and we did get reimbursed, thankfully, 150 million bucks or something like that. We had 2,300 men and women, great public servants, dealing with a disaster at a time that no one else can do it. You should be proud of your state. I am extraordinarily proud of my state, and that experience gives me some sense that you can solve problems if you have a steady hand, if you have a servant's heart, if you're focused on doing the right things, if you work your tail off. Yeah, working is okay too. If you mobilize the support and inspire people and give them hope, we can recover from anything. This is the most resilient country on the face of the earth. I truly believe it, and I think the leadership skills of having gone through those 8 storms and 4 tropical storms and about $150 billion of uninsured and insured losses, 1,200,000 homes that were either partially or completely destroyed, is probably the hallmark of leadership that I'm the most proud of. And I appreciate you all, whether you voted for me or not, doesn't really matter. I appreciate you letting me have the chance to be governor of this extraordinary state. Thank you.
Nervous. I had a lav mic, okay, and I'm only a handful before, so, one of the things that I apologize that I always like to start with is to thank our employees for everything that they do. And one of the things that our company does that's very special, and I see that you have a memorial bracelet, I think, U.S. Marine Corps?
Yes.
Mine is Navy SEAL. One of the things that we're extraordinarily proud of is the work that our company has done in helping keep our men and women out of harm's way. In Afghanistan, our unmanned K-MAX was in operation for over 33 months, performed countless missions, resupplying troops in the field in some of the most difficult conditions. When no other aircraft could fly, they would fly the unmanned K-MAX. So this is a symbol of the innovation that our company brings to the industry and the leadership we have, and we want to present it to a great leader.
Wow, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Yes.
Fix it.
Alright, I'm going to go ahead and lower the volume here because we are listening to some music. Some top 5 music, and we're not allowed to do that around here. Our top 10, top 40. Why can't I think today? Why can't I speak today? We are going to shut down this feed and revamp for a brand new feed. It's 3 p.m. conveniently. Typically when we give you a brand new show and a new top 5. So I am going to just reset because I have to, we're trying to upload smaller videos to YouTube. So I'm going to reset and I'll have a brand new show for you coming up at 3 p.m.